It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom.
Good morning, people.
Tommy, 2 phones, back at it.
We're taking a break for we got 1 phone deal going today, bud. Can't be 2 phoning.
You usually have 1 arm.
Chopped off. Consider it dead.
All right, everybody wants to know how you're feeling.
Sore. Very sore.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happened is when he grabbed me by the arm, he grabbed me with his left hand and turned my arm.
Right.
That's one of the they do for defensive tactics. And
Right.
and he picked me up by my armpit with his other arm and used my arm as a lever and
Right.
threw me across the street. I
Yeah.
don't think he realized how light I was,
Yeah. Yeah.
or how what he did would whatever. But
It's pretty fucked up.
Chuck, a lot of it is, bud. A lot of it is.
Get some
And,
people down there, it looks like, right?
Yeah, there's people down here.
All right, cool.
Can't miss them.
Good.
There's a lot of friggin' bad shit going on, dude.
Yeah. So we were talking earlier. You said that someone else was already out and going in front of a judge today.
Yeah, Erica, she's out. She has to go in front of a judge today.
All right. Will that judge be in Dedham?
Yep, right over there.
Okay.
And Mark Mendoza's here, so he's
Oh,
gonna defend her.
Okay.
I mean, look at the sign.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, good morning, Cindy. I didn't even see you there. Cindy. Cindy. Can you hit that for a second?
What?
Can you hit that button for me?
Which one?
That top right here.
This?
Yeah, hit that.
Hi, baby. Oh, you got a stick? You got a stick? Hi. Oh.
Comes down at the hit that like and subscribe if you get a second, please. It helps with the algos. You know, I hate saying it, but I know.
Sorry about that, guys.
No, oh no.
I got a message, so I had to have Cindy hit the message with her hand so I could respond.
Where you going?
I have to show Mark Mendoza where they put us. In the, like, down here, like in the metal cage.
Oh yeah.
Look at this. These guys hit. Oh, they're going to get hit by a car.
Thanks, Glenn, for the 5 memberships, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for everyone that's donated. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you.
So can you be right here where the dog is with the free Karen Reed stuff on?
No.
But you can be here with the American flag.
Yes.
Okay.
It's
All right.
supposedly no identifying markings within the buffer zone. Either way, one way or the other, right?
Right.
So, you know. Yeah.
So this is how far away you were yesterday?
No, this is where the buffer zone is, man.
I know, but but there's no one down there.
No, I know that. I want
Are
to
you
get
sure?
footage to show him how.
Gotcha.
Listen.
Yep. I know what you're
How
saying.
many people,
All right.
Mike? You realize we had like a lot of viewers yesterday.
I did. I saw the numbers. Yeah, it was huge.
Listen, what if I wasn't streaming and they all wanted to come down for themselves to see with their own eyes?
I'm not quite sure I understand who's they. The people that
Do you think Dedham could handle another 40,000 people for a day?
40,000? No.
Yeah. Mike, that's what we did on Twitter.
Oh, I know. I saw it.
If all them people came down for themselves, could Dedham handle it?
No.
No, it couldn't.
No.
This is where they put
Buffer
us.
zone, this is the buffer zone where you can do whatever you want.
Yes, sir.
Right.
So if one car or a truck hits one of these things here, it's a domino because they're all connected. They'll all fold over on each other and take everybody out.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Everybody leans.
Take one out, it's just like dominoes. Broop, then they fall.
I got you. I just received a membership to my own channel.
Nice.
Yeah, Glenn, thank you so much for the membership, pal. It's awesome. Give it away now. Yeah, yesterday's court session with Bob Alessi was fucking fantastic.
Wasn't it?
I don't
And
know.
you know-
Did you go back and rewatch it? I know you were busy with your stuff.
Yeah, that was an issue. I'm sorry about that yesterday, everybody. About yesterday.
I
I
apologize.
feel bad about it because it was kind of a mess.
Actually, it was newsworthy.
Unfortunately, but
I know, for the wrong reasons.
right. So I guess the federal judge wants to see me Thursday.
Yes. Yep. At 3 p.m., right?
Yep, 3 p.m.
Right.
So this is turning into a thing.
It's been a thing. I gotta tell you, I get nervous for you when you were down there. Seriously, I had no clue because they would target you because of your lawsuit, and that's the problem. Tom has a lawsuit, and all of a sudden he gets targeted by the guy he has a lawsuit out against. So that's an issue.
Yep.
That's a big issue, people.
But for no
Tom-
reason whatsoever. But Betty, wait a minute. Mike,
Yeah.
I'm doing my journalistic duties.
Yes, you're a citizen journalist.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
What if half
Yeah.
the people that watched us yesterday came down? What would Dedham do?
They
You
wouldn't
think
even hold it.
any traffic we get through?
No, it'd be a shit
Really?
show, dude.
In
It'd
a
be shit
heartbeat,
show.
right?
Yeah. So now at 8:00, anybody that's got at 8:00, anybody that's got free Karen Reed's gonna move down to the buffer zone you just had.
Yes, sir. But if you have just like just regular shirt and pants,
Yeah.
nothing on, like nothing Karen Reed or anything, like nothing no identifying anything, you're okay. I mean, Erica
Not-
wore that shirt, Criminal
Yeah.
Control, Norfolk County.
Yeah.
There's no Karen Reed in that in any way.
Right.
Arrested.
Yeah. Where you going now?
I have to go back here. I left the Tommy 2 phone here yesterday, and Jason was very kind to grab it for me. So I'm gonna go and get it. Otherwise, it'd be Tommy one phone. See? Told you that.
So I have a copy of the supplemental buffer zone order. On my Twitter, I'm going to retweet it. Yeah.
Yeah. I read it and read it and read it, and I still don't understand why I got.
So the only thing I can
that.
think about, Tom, is yesterday is the pathway restrictions stay. Buffer zone.
Impossible.
I know, that's right. That's the only thing. It's the only
Hey.
thing, man.
That other trooper that was standing there talking to me.
Yeah.
What's his excuse?
Nothing. He thought you were in the right.
Can't have it both ways. Can't have it both ways.
Yeah, it would be buffer zone restrictions still apply to sidewalks and roads used by trial participants to exit and enter the courthouse. You weren't anywhere near the exit or enter, so
Haven't done that.
nope.
Wasn't doing that. Never would do that, Mike. Not what we do, right? Haven't done it, and I got a whole year and a half to prove we've done it not once.
Right.
Whole year and a half. Done nothing about it. Hold on, bud. I gotta move my tools here.
Yeah. And Microdots dropped a new video, guys, today. I put it up in my feed, but if you haven't gone there and supported their channel, please do.
Doesn't he do amazing freaking work?
Yeah, he's dropped 2 videos like in the last 4 days, I believe, or 3 days, and they've just been
Really?
outrageous stuff, man. And he just donated $500 to Erica's legal defense fund.
Awesome.
So check out Richie's channel, man. If you're not, and the one he dropped this morning, guys, it's from Olivia Lambo.
Everybody need to ask people to also donate to that foundation that Mark Randazza,
Yes.
Mark Randazza. That I
Civil
can't
Liberties.
say how important that is, Mike.
Yeah, they're paying for this.
important.
Yeah, they're paying for this. Yeah. Hey, Mary Whitcomb wants you to read your email ASAP. It's from John. I don't know what that means. Mary Whitcomb, okay?
Yeah.
All right. What do you got? I know he's working with one arm, guys. He's got 2 phones. You do the math.
Yeah. I can't find it. Damn it. All right.
We're okay with Tommy one phone. I got to be honest with you. I believe Hank Brennan. Lally was kind of chuckling under his breath yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. You know he was. Right? Let's call it what it is. Call it what it is. You know Lally was like, told you, mofo. Told you. Now, this is the guy yesterday, Manchin, that they wanted to voir dire, but Hank Brennan made the big stink about the timeline. It's not a surprise. It was already set in motion, and obviously we need a chance to voir dire him. How much do you think he wishes he wished he gave that up and was able to do that?
Yeah. Matt, Mike, really? Why didn't they? Why didn't they? You know?
Here's what I think. I think someone mentioned in either on Twitter or whatever it was that Brennan fell asleep on Alessi. Thought he could get one by him or what have you because they didn't bring it up. What I think happened is that the defense roped the dope, Brennan into getting this guy in and fighting hard for him and then dismantle him right in front of him. I think it was a trick to get Brennan to get this guy in as far as he could. They didn't want to seem like they were going to let it go so easily. And then all of a sudden, his what do you call it? His LinkedIn is down. The links are down. I think the defense found out too late that they had information because obviously the defense was going into his LinkedIn and the notifications were going off, but this fucking jamoke wasn't hearing it. He didn't know what was going on. This guy does not know what's going on. He's a paid liar, what this guy is, in my opinion. He sits there and he just absolutely just lies for $1. And this is a company that's local, guys. They have like branches up here, branches over there. Yeah, Shannon says, if you don't follow Shannon says, the tale of two Lincoln profiles. Oh, man. Florida. They reached in Florida, man. Fuck me, man. You know, even Brennan was going to give up McDonough yesterday.
Who?
Even Brennan wanted to give up McDonough.
Oh yeah, yeah, he was all in with that.
Oh, he was fucking done. He wanted to fucking just crawl under the table. Once it started, you know, Brennan was like, "Ah, fuck me."
What's that? Is it broken or anything? Rotate it up. Sorry, that was a guy. There was a guy that was there yesterday, and he was kind of just there watching the whole thing. And he couldn't believe it. I just saw him right there. Mike.
Yes, sir.
There's been some development that I gotta find a way to at least talk to you so that you can maybe work on some of this information, because this needs to be verified.
You want to text it to me?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
All right.
I'll find someone to do a voice text.
Yeah.
I can just tell you the whole thing. I'm gonna type it. And
I'll have somebody hold the camera for you.
yeah. If this stuff is legit, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
So I got to tell you something real quick. So the company Aperture, right,
Yes.
put out yesterday on Shannon Burgess's CD, they put a watermark across it, and it says "not for expert designation" now.
Woo! Whoops.
So what the fuck? It's in Mike Microdot's video. You got to check it. I don't want anybody to leave, but you got to check it out. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, no, we want people. That's how Richie gets his revenue. All right.
Yeah.
And we're pro revenue, because look at Richie. He just gave $500 to Erica because of the extra revenue that you make on YouTube. So you guys are all brilliant by making people not want to do YouTube. You know?
I hear you. Yep.
It works out. So yeah. You know, it's funny because the stuff's coming in so fast, dude. What else? What's up with the chat?
It's just talking about Hank taking the kids, everybody.
Hanky.
Donkey called me yesterday.
Yeah.
And because the stream was down, I was in the other room, and he called me. I want to thanks, Donk. All right, buddy. Appreciate
Yes,
it,
thank you guys. That I don't know why it does that.
No, it was us. We were just no, it was actually it wasn't us. Every channel had the same thing going on. Yeah, it's fucked up.
Weird.
Yeah, Auntie Deb. I love Auntie Deb, dude. Court TV is trash. TV.
Again, right, Mike? We need that humor.
Yeah, no,
You know what I mean?
If you don't, you gotta
Without
laugh,
that, we all go crazy.
Yeah, but and then in all seriousness, I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck? Like, I didn't think your rotator cuff was banged up, but obviously, I'm so glad you went to Dedham Police. I'm so glad that you went to your doctor. And I'm so glad you're doing all the steps because this is the little things that no one really knows about that you got to do.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Well,
Carrie Ann. I'm doing great. Thank you for thinking, sweetie. I know you'll fix me up. Carrie's got that.
yeah.
But I can't see the chat. So if there's something in the chat, you gotta let me know. Like I just
will.
can't see it on my phone.
You just took me up. You just took me up.
I'm not ignoring you guys. I don't want them to think I'm ignoring them, Mike.
Okay. You took me up the screen though.
Oh, that's someone messing with it. Yep.
Right. Yeah, Tommy can go big screen. I'll go small screen. There you go. Perfect. Oh.
So what's up with chat?
They were just talking about, have you ever heard about somebody getting a college degree in 17 years? It's called, yeah, I have actually. It's called the doctor.
Yes. Yeah.
Flip ahead posted a video yesterday of Tommy Boy. He graduated in 7 years. He's like, Tommy Boy's like, people take 7 years to graduate. And David Spade goes, yeah, they're called doctors. It was funny. Oh, man.
Yeah. Anything on the Diddy case?
No, dude, I haven't. I've been. It's been kind of quiet. They've been kind of in the beginning stages of what's going on. But I know that this guy is testifying that was a sex slave that got caught herpes and passed it around to everybody, and it's crazy. This guy was paid by Diddy to stay in his house and wear the gimp mat. It was crazy.
Okay.
We get Karen Reeds for free. We can't be doing this.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah.
I mean, we're not. So here's the thing, Mike, right? We're looking at massive corruption within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, right? That's what we're all looking at. And we have all these people that have examples. Buchanan, Proctor, Tully, Fanning. We have all this stuff on them, right? Think of the stuff that we don't have on these people.
Oh, Tommy.
Think about what we don't know, and think of how many times this has happened that we can't even imagine because it's been such a cut and dry case, right? It goes without. Yeah, this one complete lie.
Tony, he talked to this guy Manfian 20 times. This is crazy.
Yeah, but they're allowed to do that stuff, Mike. They're allowed.
Yeah, but 20 times you got to talk to your expert witness.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you talking about? Like, okay. And then Hank Brennan is pissed off Hank Brennan's pissed off that the Crash Daddies would talk to a couple of times. You know, it's like whatever he says, he does the opposite. He really does. That's how I set up my game plan.
Oh, gaslight, Mike. It's called it's called gaslighting. It's right. and they tell you what they're doing, but they blame you for it. It's gaslighting. It's wrong.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Hey, someone just said in the chat that
it's wrong on every level.
Right.
What?
Are you going down? Nan's gonna be down at the stand out. What are you doing down there? What are you doing?
I'm getting my phone.
Oh.
Jason's gonna drop it off.
Oh.
Jason. It's okay.
Oh, I didn't know what you were doing. I thought you got your phone.
Yeah, no. Because now when I walk back.
Yeah.
Yeah, now when I walk back, there's gonna be a lot of traffic, right?
That's true.
So if I start here and I walk by, it'll be a different story.
Where's everybody representing?
I'm allowed to walk by a sidewalk. Huh?
San Diego's in the house.
San Diego. Yeah, dude. We're all across the country and around the world, too.
I know. The world is watching, my friend. That's a badass truck right there.
Oh, yeah. Dude, the diesel.
Is that a diesel, too? I was going to ask you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if I
F450.
like the. I don't know if I like the Ford diesel. I think I like the GM diesel,
Chevy?
the Cummins.
Yeah.
Cummins.
Yeah. And for what they are, I wish they'd shorten the wheelbase, dude. Shorten it 3 inches
Well,
for me.
Well, you can get an 8-foot bed, or yeah, you can only get an 8-foot bed, right?
Yeah, the dually. Got a
You
dually on
can't
it.
get a
But
short.
the
Yeah,
wheelbase
imagine having a.
no, shorten the
Yeah,
wheelbase.
yeah,
Don't need to be
It's a long.
that.
Well, it's a crew cab.
Yeah. But turn that thing around.
Oh, I know, dude. I've seen people plow with those things. Or actually,
Oh.
they're making horse trailers.
Yes. Those are, oh
Yeah.
my God. Those, talk about beautiful
No
things. The
problem.
horse trailers, the work of art.
Yeah, no problem with that.
Yeah. Yeah, Jason's gonna just swing by
Arizona's in the
here.
house. All right.
Arizona, he's gonna just swing by here after he drops his kids off. And this is not out of the way for him. I don't want to inconvenience him. He's doing me a favor. He scooped it up.
Yeah,
So.
Nan's in town. The Glaire's down there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I pray nothing happens to them. I really do. They don't need any of this shit.
All right.
You know what I mean? They don't need this, Mike, right?
Oh, they want to witness it though. That's a badass. Look at that thing.
Yeah. Yep. That's a truck.
That's a truck. Yeah.
Truck.
Yeah.
So I hope everybody's doing well in the chat. I thank everybody for being here. While you're here, before we get going, if you do that like and subscribe now, you won't have to do it later.
Yeah.
We really appreciate that.
We're gonna hold you to it.
Yep. And then every time I go live, you guys get notified. You don't want to see us? It's usually a good time. U-turn. What's chat
CBS
saying?
Pharmacy.
Any good? Huh?
Just everybody's checking it. There's 500 people watching. We want people to hit that. Punch that subscribe. Punch that
I see
subscribe. Yeah.
1,033.
Okay.
That's mine.
Yeah, that's
includes
both channel. Yeah.
Yeah, and Twitter. Twitter's big. I like Twitter. I'm not into. I only have 4,000 subscribers over there. You got a lot, right?
Yeah. You have 4,000. That's pretty good, Tom. That's pretty good, dude.
Yeah. I like my subscribers. I like everybody. They're all good.
That's organically. You don't go out looking for them. I mean,
I rarely ask people to sub to my Twitter.
Yeah. Or YouTube. Put your DNA on that like button. Yeah, I love it, man. That's good stuff. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, you guys are great. I saw something, right? And it's weird. This channel had like 300 viewers, and then it had like 1,000 viewers. Then it had like 200 and 300 and 200 and 150 and 300. Then it had like 29,000. How'd that happen?
I don't know, dude. I don't know, baby.
Weird.
I don't know how they do it. I really don't care about anybody else's numbers per se. I just want us growing.
Yeah, I love our people. I love every one of these. Our people are really good. Like, I love them. They're funny. They're freaking smart.
Tom, you need to get out of there. Just forget about the phone, dude. Let's go.
Can't forget about the phone. It's all right, bud.
Jesus, you're missing everything down there. Everybody's leaving, going down the other side. We're missing all the action.
It's okay, buddy. I got this. It's not that far. It's street. It's actually right up the street, Mike.
Why can't the guy go down the street?
because he's got to go to work. He goes by Route 1, which is right there.
All
And he
right.
comes in, and this is the parking lot closest to Route 1, which is zipped right off the highway, and then get back on so he can go to work. And he's already like on his way, so
All right.
it's all right.
He's probably listening to me right now and saying, "Shut up, Mike."
But if Nan's down there and Will's down there, they're still going to be down there.
Oh no,
This is-
they all left. They all left the front of the
The steps,
yeah, they did. They're gone.
yeah, they're down at the buffer zone.
Right.
They're down at where I was showing you this morning, where they cage you in. I get really nervous down there, Mike. One
Yeah,
car,
people-
it's bad.
People say we're not here to see random houses, Tom. They want to get down
Okay.
there. You got to give the fans what they want.
I'm sorry, I can't. What do you want me to do? You want? I mean, but it's my $1,000 phone, guys. Like,
I don't know. I don't know what to tell. I just say, don't kill the messenger.
I know that. I don't know what to tell them.
Tell
mean,
the guy to leave it in your car. Tell the guy to leave it in your car. I don't know.
All right, well, let me get out of this and hang up the call. How about that? Let me see.
I
let me see
know.
what it is.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Just wait for it, dude. Sammy, patience, guys. Jeez, no. Not when it's first thing in the morning, man. Everybody's fired up. Yeah, I know we lose views. Yep. I know. Tommy Two Shoes. Tom doesn't want to go to the other court. Yeah, right. I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, so we got Tom's back. No worries. Yeah, it's more me. He's probably talking to the guy right now. Who knows? I'm just fucking impatient. I guess this is what happens about when you have live TV. I guess, right? It's just gonna happen. I don't know what he's doing. I know. I see. I'm more of like ADD. So and I'm wicked. Like timelines and bullshit. Like it bothers me sometimes, but I can get around it. But I'm not that bad with it. But it's live TV, man. It is what it is. And the more this happens, the more I get used to it. Like it's not like watching your regular TV news. You're not gonna have someone drop off a phone to you. Yeah. Well, it's weird. Anyways. But morning, guys. Yeah. Yeah, it gets Mike anxiety. Yeah, I'm sitting here like, what are we going to talk about, Tommy? And he just drops off like he just, all of a sudden there's no Tommy. I'm like, oh, fuck. Like yesterday, right? I didn't know something was going to happen to him. Thank God Aussie came on for a while. And then she put the stream up for us because our mods were busy doing stuff. Oh, crazy. I guess I know what it is. I don't like surprises. I guess maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Then I get in trouble if I'm hard on top. The mods get all over me. So yeah, put my head. Joe, yeah. Did you get it?
Hey.
Yeah, did you get it?
What's this?
Yeah, thanks, RB.
Yeah. He's 4 minutes away.
Jesus.
I know, the horror. Stupid me for leaving it here yesterday. That's the whole issue. And then I raced home to get back there, and then I get a call from Mark. Can you come to the courthouse for a meeting? I'm like, no. Like I just gotten done with the show.
Right. No, court's at 9 o'clock. Yeah, Tammy, you're right. I get stressed. Everybody else is so calm, you know?
And yeah.
Right.
Everything's harder to do because you only got one freaking arm.
Exactly.
It's really hard, and you know, it's just, yeah, it's uncomfortable. That makes sense.
So do you think we can duct tape a phone to your head?
Well, I have a chest strap. No, the chest
Really?
strap. You like put it on like a harness. No, I can do that.
What?
That's probably a good idea.
What?
Right to my sling.
Why don't you just get a body cam?
Yeah, just right. I'll just put it right to my friggin' sling.
No, yeah, but why don't you get a body cam?
Yeah.
I'm talking all that.
I need to get Hartman's body cam footage for the. I spoke to Mark about that this morning, about getting his body cam footage from the meeting that we had Friday, because not only was he overly nice, but he was overly explicit in his instructions as to where and where you could not be with what and what on. I followed exactly what he said to the letter. So either he's got memory problems or there's another problem that we don't know about. And thinking that it's Hank, I don't want to believe that. I don't think he's that much of a jerk.
Okay.
That's right. Freedom of speech, right? So now, right,
Right.
we have to go to court to fight for that freedom of speech. And that's going to be Thursday. I have to go to the court Thursday, Mike.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't know if anyone else is going to go.
Well, you can't have phones.
Like,
You can't have video.
Does Erica go with that too? Like, does who goes Thursday? All the people that are aggrieved? That's everybody,
Oh.
right?
Well, Tom, if you were down at the buffer zone, we know these things.
True. That would be true, wouldn't we?
You walked into
The
that
buffer
one.
zone's like down by the river.
I don't know, dude. We're sitting down by you're down in nowhere right now. Nowhere land.
I'm actually somewhere. Right down here. It's okay, people. The buffer zone is not gonna go anywhere. It's still there.
Yeah, but people want to see it.
They want to see it. They're gonna see it.
I know that. I'm just telling you.
They're gonna see that I got the vote. Woo! Hey man, thanks, brother.
Yeah, let me shine it.
Oh, you're awesome.
All right, brother. Good luck today.
Thank you, my friend. Hey, have a good day at work. Hey, see you Thursday.
Yeah.
Yep. Be good. So yeah, he's also one of the co-defendants.
Yep.
I mean, they won, right? They won their case.
Allegedly.
In theory, right?
What?
In theory.
Yeah. In theory, exactly. Oh, we just lost Tom again. Tanya, we gotta figure out a new way to do this. Hey, you're back. All right, here we go.
You can almost tell where the dead spots are, can't you?
You should know. You're there all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. 2 customer limit, please. First time I've ever seen that. Who the hell was limited customer?
I can't hear. The wind's blowing, bro. Tommy's jaywalking.
We're
I shouldn't
doing
say
it.
anything, you know. I shouldn't say anything because the people watching.
You'd be surprised at who's watching.
Mm. Tommy's walking.
Do I keep going up the sidewalk?
Tommy, I don't know what to tell you, man. No, I want you out of the gray areas. Don't
So I have to cross before then, okay.
Yeah.
So I'll use that crosswalk in between us. That's not at the corner. See that the crosswalk where I'm supposed to cross?
Yeah.
I have no gear on.
Yeah. Buffer zone right there. Cross the street right there.
Yeah.
There you go.
And this is where I'm allowed to be. Right? So this is where he threw me. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is where Rendaz is gonna be at 9 o'clock. Good, how are you, sir? Good work. I've been seeing you work, man. You've been doing a good job out there.
Would you have where you going down the other buffer zone?
Yeah. And then I'll come back up here.
Yep.
Morning, ladies. All right. Hi, Henry. He's a good boy. His ears just go right up in the air every time you say his name. So yeah, I'm down the other end. With see this fencing? I don't like the fencing, Mike. Stuff scares me. You know?
Yeah, but if it does fall, yeah, that's how like rock concerts happen. Like
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've seen them before, right?
Oh fuck yeah.
Starlink.
Yep. Solar Starlink right there.
Piece of net. Piece of cat 5 or cat 6. All the way up. Okay. Nice run. Yeah, the rock concerts, Mike. Too many times, like in Amsterdam and whatnot.
Oh, they fall on people. They're fucked.
Oh, you get wrecked. You don't see that too much anymore, do you?
Nope.
Hey, how are you? Isn't it? How's your
This is
day
where-
going? Good. You here to support Karen?
Yeah, you know I am.
Yeah. You want to say hi to anybody? Give a shout out.
Hello. Hooray for Karen.
Yep.
Hey.
Do you think the trial's going good for her?
I do.
Yeah.
I really do.
Where you from?
I come from Georgia.
You
Atlanta.
kidding me?
Well, I lived in Atlanta, yes. And I just moved back to Boston.
Okay.
So yeah. But you remember you talked about Keith, my son Keith?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, so we're still working with that.
Good. Okay.
Yes, but yes.
Awesome.
There's
Well.
so many crooked police and they need to be put down and
Yep.
you know, we just need to get rid of them. It's just
The
you know,
system's broken. There's no doubt about it.
no doubt about it.
And we try. Unfortunately, Karen's you're the example. You're it.
Exactly.
We don't want to say we're using you for this purpose, but she's just the person that's trying that's highlighting all the broken stuff.
That's right.
All
Because
the stuff
they
that's
got
gotta
away
be
with
fixed.
so much that they just think they can get away with what they want to get away with.
I agree. Yep.
And enough is enough.
We can do better, right?
Yes,
We can definitely do better.
definitely.
Yeah, I agree. Morning. How are you? Good.
So, yeah.
So
Enough is enough.
yeah,
We're tired of it, and we're not gonna take setting down
enough,
no more.
right? And I think everyone's at that point. Like everyone's just like enough, no more.
No more.
And people got to come out. They have to come out, like you. Just
Yes.
show up. You don't
Yes.
got to do nothing.
Yes.
Just come out and hang out.
Yes, sir.
Yep, it's easy. Well, listen, thank you so much.
Yes.
And we'll catch up with you soon.
All right.
Bye.
Oh, good job, Tommy.
Georgia, all the way back up to Boston.
Georgia.
We get a lot of people like that, Mike.
I know. Seems like every time you go down to the buffer zone, you see somebody from another state.
Yeah.
What they say about the show?
A couple days and see what happens. They don't know. It's too swollen right
Sorry
now.
that happened
Yeah,
to you,
so I'm
Tom.
sorry, Erica got chewed
I
up like
know.
that. He's out of control. The guy's a menace. Wow.
Hey, did you get that email yesterday for the pony?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right.
Like the sweatshirt, Neil. I like the sweatshirt.
Oh, thank you.
How you doing today?
Very good.
Yeah.
A little cool, but
Yeah. I think the trial's going.
great.
Yeah, I think trial's going good for Karen. Better than last year. I think it has. Yeah. Cool. All right.
I don't see Nan or anybody down there, do you?
Probably in the registry of deeds where it's
All right.
warm. Because it's freaking cold out here. And the wind starts going, so. So yeah, so Erica is going to be arraigned at 9 o'clock.
Across the street.
Yes. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of people that'll be going over to that. Yep. Different vibe, Mike.
Yeah, it seems like it, dude. Everybody's a little quiet, you know.
Yeah, just they've stifled it. They've put us in a little metal square sidewalk box that is just no. Does the chat have any questions, Mike?
No, they're glad you're down there. They're all talking amongst themselves.
Okay. So here's where I cross the street.
I'm just taking in the natural beauty of Dedham right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a beautiful thing, man. I wonder if I don't know. Erica requested the guy go see in front of that guy. But whatever.
No, Karen hasn't arrived at court yet. No.
No.
But Tom's back here. Yeah, this is kind of where you want to be, I guess.
Yeah, we're back. Oh, okay. There's somebody over there with a gold piping around the hat.
Oh no.
Yep. That's usually somebody that's somewhat important if they have the gold around them.
Oh, like a trooper hat?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
New face in the crowd over there.
Oh.
Yeah. Gold for the gold.
Yeah, I can actually. You can actually see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when Karen will be walking up right there, right? Yeah.
Yep. Exactly right there.
Right.
So at least we have an open spot. I don't think they did that on purpose. I can't see any chat. Oh, maybe I can. Hold on. I might be able to.
They're just telling you to be careful. They're
yeah.
wondering if that's Colonel Noble. I'm like, I don't think
No.
he'd be there.
No.
But you never know.
No, I think he's like a lieutenant, bigger guy
Yeah.
within their structure. He may be in charge of all of the
barracks.
platoons,
Yeah. Yeah.
the state. Speaking
Yeah,
about,
so-
where's Mara Haley on this noise?
Oh my God.
She's quiet, isn't she?
Don't get me started.
More cops within a square mile of where we're at now than anywhere else.
You're in the safest place possible right now, just so you know.
So wasn't Enrique. They all are trained.
Thanks, Bug Host, man. That was nice saying. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, loyalty's a big thing with me.
And there's Hank. He's already here, so he can't do anything about that.
Now, I'm gonna go on a limb here and say he had a lot to do with what happened yesterday. I'm just gonna say that out loud.
Yeah.
We saw it happen. We saw it happen.
Yeah. No, that was a discussion that was had.
Now you
Yeah.
can't go out back and watch Erica come in, right? Well, she's not gonna be. She's gonna walk in, right? She's gonna.
Yeah. So she's gonna walk in. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's gonna get busy. We're gonna get Karen coming in, and then Erica. And I don't think that other court streams anything.
Hey, someone take care of Frosty in the chat there, RVA, or somebody grab that person. Yeah, Tom got legal advice. Yes. Yeah.
So here's the problem, right?
What's up?
This 18-wheeler, if that was a box truck and they pulled right up here in traffic, like what? Like the one time we're able to see her, we're not. So how does this help? How does this help journalistic? Right?
Mm.
It doesn't.
Unless you're across the street, you know, where you're supposed to be.
Well, yeah.
with liberty and justice.
Except here.
Frosty, be nice, will you? We get all kinds of trolls in the chat. I love it.
Yeah. Hey, thanks. Have they subbed and subscribed?
I hope so.
Me too. Because they're viewing us and they're giving us views. How you doing, bud? Very well. Yeah, they're giving us views, so I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, well, what else can you say?
Low
Right.
comp, no side. I love it. I love it. The names are great, guys. The handles are great.
Hey, I thought, what about this whole Karen Reed guilty thing? That
Oh,
that kind of sputtered out, didn't it?
Well, they start coming in when they when they start coming into our chat, you know they're getting you know it's getting ugly for them.
Bottom of the barrel, aren't they? They're really straight, aren't they,
Yeah.
Mike?
I swear to God, like it's gonna be bad, man.
Yeah. It must have nothing to do, right?
Oh my God.
Thank you, bud. Thanks for being here. We appreciate everybody.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
Oh, who's that?
I don't know. Maybe an expert? I don't know. Waving to Colonel Noble, so he's somebody, or whoever that colonel is, a lieutenant or whatever. They wave back and forth.
Interesting. Joey Kane, thanks for the memberships, brah.
Joey King, thank you very much.
Kane.
Oh my God, Joey Kane. He's
Yeah.
banging that out all day long.
Yeah, Joey Kidd.
Man,
Joey.
he's a great guy. He supports everybody too, Mike. You know,
Yeah.
makes it possible for this to happen. People don't realize that, right?
Yeah, give it away, man. I love it, man.
Yeah.
Enjoy your month. We appreciate it, man. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Wow.
is it supposed to be? Oh, maybe there's some cops taking the stand today. Maybe that's who it was.
It's possible, right? Well, we have someone
Right.
on the list still.
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So, if they're on the defense list and not on the prosecution list, does that mean that if the prosecution doesn't call them, that the defense can't call them?
No.
You know what I mean? Do they have to be on the list? Their list.
No. Yeah, it's gonna be on the list, but we got it covered.
Okay.
And then you have a list that they're on both. So
8:30. Should be any time now.
thanks for the $2. Please say no. We have not seen Officer Hardman. No, we have not.
It's cold out. They don't want to get out of their vehicles. They're getting paid.
But,
He's in that one that's the one in front of this one. It's 2680. License plate 2680. Public record, people. Public license plate. You can see it with your eyes. It's public. Person's going by with a paper up. Nice. Hiding their face. Wow. Wow. Give me a lot of that when Karen gets found not guilty, isn't there, Mike?
yeah.
A lot of people are going to be driving around covering their face.
Good view, Tommy. Good job, buddy.
Trying, babe.
Now, are you just gonna stick around for a couple hours this morning and head back to main office?
I was gonna catch morning. I was gonna catch Mark after he get done with Erica.
Right.
Because I think he may have some things to say.
Are you gonna film it?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna shoot back and hopefully have control by 10 o'clock. Hopefully.
Okay.
Well, no. 10:15 is my shooting goal. That's where I'm trying to go for 10:15.
Okay. We won't hold you to it, but I mean, nice way to go.
I can at least try.
That's the best you can do, buddy.
How's it going?
Good. What's up? You like that? So this is kind of that truck. I don't want that truck to be here.
Well, yeah. How much longer Bob has on this cross? Then you have a redirect coming up. Can Brendan bring this guy back from the depths of disparity? I don't think so.
That's a tough ask, dude. That's a
So how-
tough
yeah.
one. I
I
mean,
don't
you
think-
can't.
Yeah, how does Brendan bring him back? You know,
Oh, there's Karen's parents.
thanks, Rhonda, for the $10.
I mean, look at quick rush the gates. You know,
People
No,
are
come
catching the Paul O'Keefe's family members on their phones,
How are you?
texting and shit. Oh man, wow.
How you feeling?
so
Good morning, Mrs. Reed. Good morning, Mrs. Reed.
Oh, I got some waves. Yep.
I can't imagine going through that stuff. Nan's here.
How are you?
Oh,
You want a jacket? No. He brings the cold weather with him. Seriously. Much. I looked at the weather yesterday. I said it was going to be in the 60s, so I'm freezing. It's fine. How you doing?
Everybody tell you the cold
I
weather.
know.
Mike,
yes, sir.
how you doing, bud?
Oh,
Good. You having a good day? Good deal. Some nice people walking down the
boy.
sidewalk, Mike. Some nice citizens of Dedham. Real nice
Who
people
was
here.
that? Who was that? I have no idea who that was.
I don't know who that guy was.
I don't know either. Man.
I've never seen him before in my life.
Nope.
There's Erica,
Where?
right there in the black truck. I heard her coming around. She's getting exhaust on it. Like a Barala.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, nice. Nice tune.
Sport exhaust. Yeah. I don't even know.
Who gave $9.99? Who's that? Is that Kristen again?
No, it was I forget. I said their name. Yeah, that was the guy that's going around the stand there. Man, Shannon.
Yeah. Uh-oh, he's trying to tell him what happened yesterday.
Trying to tell who?
That guy.
Oh, that's Harvey right there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to be part of that conversation?
Yeah. Yeah. You just imagine, Mike. And we have two Dedham cops down there doing a detail because of the they're doing a detail because we can't reach her with Dedham cops because of the overcrowding issue we have.
What the fuck?
Yeah, there's so many cops here, dude. Are you sure the amount of cops here?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, a little afraid. I'm not going to lie. Hey, everybody. Good morning.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Just wait for Karen to come. Hey, I know you. How you doing, dear?
Oh, Jesus.
Give a shoulder.
Hi, Mike.
Hey,
Ah,
how you doing?
All right, look what I made for Nan. Are you going to be here tomorrow?
I'm in. That's me. That's for me.
that is.
Oh my God, you're here.
How about man?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I made it. I made them at Christmas.
Oh, there goes Maria on the other side of the court.
How about that? You get to give it to me in
Is she
person.
waving? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning. What's your name?
I'm Jennifer.
Oh, hi, Jennifer. I love this so much. Thank
She's
you.
she's helped raise a ton of money for Karen, like
Oh
a
my
ton.
God.
Like the Halloween party, she did so much.
So it sounds
That's a
like
lot.
you're an inverted drifter.
Yep. She made them for all of us, Nan. Each one of us has one like that. It's the most awesome thing on my tree. I love it. Yep. Love it. She's so talented with everything else. You should see what she does for everything else, Nan. Yeah. Zip it. Zip it. See, we have people like that, Mike, who think of other
Yeah.
people, and she
Yeah.
made an ornament with all the different names on it, like a crossword puzzle, but it's an ornament. She made one for me. I think she made one for you.
Really? Oh,
Yep. Yeah.
nice.
So she's very talented.
Right.
8:38.
Should be 80 minutes now.
Boy, if I get a chance to ask that guy a question, what would it be, Mike?
Who?
The big boss dude over there.
You want to talk to your attorney, dude?
Yeah. I have questions.
Yeah, but let Mark ask him at this point.
Yeah. Hey, look what this is. No, 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 no. Morning, morning.
What's up with the glare?
Look at you. You must have been here yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah?
this was not inflicted by the state police.
Oh, not yet.
I heard about you, buddy. How are you doing?
Nah, sore as fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're the
What are you gonna do, right? Unreal. They're out of control. The guy's a menace.
That's
Shouldn't be
crazy.
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they popped Erica. She gave me a reindeer at 9 o'clock.
I saw Erica. Did they get it on video when they
Yep.
carried you?
No, I got it on video.
You got it on
Yeah,
video.
but it was just like this. There was no one really looking. But yeah, he grabbed me by the back, grabbed me by the triceps, and then put his other arm under my armpit and threw me across the street.
Hey, what's up?
You know, Nan? Hello, like,
And Cheech. Hey, guys.
no.
How are you?
Oh, hi, how are you? Good. Welcome to Dedham. Yeah. And so many people helped in, and it was raised $1 million with all $10, $20 small donations. $1 million.
Have we hit a million?
$1 million. Yep.
Nice.
There's Erica. You look great. Yeah. So welcome. I'm just hope everything's okay for everybody visiting. Hope nothing bad happens to anybody. You know.
That's really sweet. Yeah.
You guys make it home?
No, I have to get it from someone because I asked somebody to hold it. And so, no, I'll get it. I promise. They're guarding it with their life.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
sure.
It will be on my Christmas tree by Christmas.
And SG, if I can text you later, because I'm going to work tomorrow.
All sorts of people here today, huh?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Kind of a busy sidewalk, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was watching something. It was like a convergence.
Damn buffer zone.
Right.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I know you like
Everyone's putting their jackets on.
Yep.
Don't have to wait.
Them dogs are not happy with that trooper.
I got my boss's following tape, so I'm like, yep,
.905 court.
I'm getting all sorts of messages and I can't even read them. They're popping up and going away and popping up and going away. So I'm sorry. Hey, how are you? Right around.
This dude lied.
No. Up here, take a right, go into the behind the building. There should be plenty of handicap right when you get around the corner. Yeah. Okay, just the back of this building here. I have no idea who that is. It's like a weird feeling to know that like people know who you are and stuff.
Mark Mendoza is on his way.
Nice.
Excuse me about that. Sorry.
There's Krowski Jr. over there, senior. Got the white hat.
That's the fuck you guys.
Yep. The man. Hotman's probably playing proactive. Yeah, he's been a problem since day one. Hey, there's Larry. Larry.
Lou O'Connell. Lou O'Connell.
Thought that was Lou.
Lou O'Connell.
Yep. Famous. Like the sidewalks. Good spot, Mike. Good spot.
It's a nice Porsche.
Yep.
Yeah.
I wish they did more with the brakes. The calipers, they can do better.
Well, that's a base
Powder
package right there. Yeah, that's a base
Powder
package.
coat them anyway, man. Nickel. Yeah. I like the sidewalk spot. Pretty good. They're also the famous people.
This is the VIP section.
But you're wrong. A lot.
I wonder what he did to his knee, man. He's all braced up and shit.
Yeah, he's your cane. Listen, we're not young bucks here no more. Hey, famous people. Hey, remember that day we were talking? It was like $5,000. Like, there's no way. Like, there's no way. Dude, they hit $1 million next. $1 million.
Nicky
Wow.
haircuts.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Nicky
How we
haircut.
doing, everybody? We're almost there.
Yeah, what do you think about where we're at so far? Better than last year?
To be honest, oh, thank you. To be honest, I think Adam Lally convinced people more than Hank Brennan has. I feel like considering the fact that Hank's probably going to rest by, well, it's a long weekend. There may not be court Thursday and Friday, and then no court on Monday. He may be resting on Tuesday, and then we have a week of the defense case, maybe a week and a half. So I'd say by like the beginning of June, we're going to be in jury deliberation. So from what I've seen, I don't think Hank has convinced anybody that Karen Reed, hit John with the vehicle. And now with the basically putting the hair theory to rest, mitochondrial DNA coming from Peggy O'Keefe's side of the family, that could have been anybody's hair, could have been the niece, the nephew. So that concrete evidence that people have been talking about is now out the window. So the only thing they really have is taillight on the lawn of 34 Fairview Road, and no DNA on any of that taillight that was found on the lawn. The only DNA that was found on the taillight was actually the piece of taillight that was still on the housing. So there's really nothing that I think has convinced this jury that Karen Reed did anything. So
You've been in there. You've seen the jury. Are they as attentive as last jury? Like, are they really like sitting up on Adam or
yeah, no, they're younger. They're definitely attentive. They don't show as much emotion as the last jury did. They also haven't heard from Michael Proctor yet. So, and they may never hear from Michael Proctor. They may never hear from Brian Albert or Brian Higgins or anybody. Which at the end of the day, right, you have the homeowner of the home being hidden from the jury. In the defense, if they don't call them, they're going to point that out. They're going to point it out to the jury that, everybody and everything has been hidden from you guys from day one from these people. And here we are trying to prove that, Karen Reed didn't strike him with the vehicle. And they didn't even provide you with the person whose house this crime happened at, you know? So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens in the next 2 weeks.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay, so you think we're ahead of schedule or where we're supposed to be?
Oh, well, definitely. I mean, we're ahead of schedule as far as last trial, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
You know, I think Hank is weeding out all the nonsense that Adam Lally brought in. You know, asking every person about the snow and this and that, and that's another thing. The meteorologist actually helps the defense team because now we all know at 1 in the morning there's only 0.8 inches of snow on the ground. Yeah, that's nothing. Especially in New England, you still have people outside wearing shorts and barbecuing in that weather.
Right.
So there's no excuse as to why nobody saw John on the lawn.
Where's the snowbank thing come from? They dug him out of a snowbank. What snowbank is she referring to?
You talking about Brian Higgins?
No, when Kerry Roberts said that she dug him. She had to dig him out of the snow.
4 inches of snow. Well, actually 3.9 inches of snow. That's not a lot of snow. You know, that's barely enough to cover a tube.
Right.
Potential if there was taillight on the ground, yeah, that would be covered. But the taillight and the glass landed on the ground at the same time. Okay, so they used the leaf blower to blow enough snow to find the glass, but they couldn't find any taillight. Those all would have been in the same area.
The glass that they found, is that the glass that Karen referenced?
So, what do you mean? Like
Karen referenced taking a piece of glass out of John's face? Remember?
Well, they found the half cocktail glass.
Right, but the other, did they find the other piece too? Is that the one she took out, I wonder? Is it the same piece?
Well, there was only half of the glass, so they're still missing. They didn't put that, put that glass back together. There is, there was glass on the taillight, right? But the thing about that glass on the taillight is the glass on the taillight doesn't match the cocktail glass. The glass on the, sorry, not on the taillight, on the bumper. The glass on the bumper, there was one piece of glass on the bumper that matched up to one piece of glass that Michael Proctor found on the street. But those two pieces of glass still don't match the cocktail glass. There's no glass inside of its taillight. So no one knows where this glass came from.
When they said that Karen said, I hit him, how come nobody asked with what? You hit him with your fist? You hit him with did you slap him? Did you hit him with a phone? Did you hit him with a book?
Yeah.
Like, why do they go right to the vehicle, right?
Well, I think the biggest thing is she says, I hit him in front of a cop. And
right. Who doesn't take her in right there?
They don't arrest her. Even if she was frantic, it doesn't really matter. If you're confessing to a crime, you know, they would still put you in cuffs, take you to the hospital in cuffs.
Right.
If they thought that you were having a mental breakdown, you would be detained. Or at least brought in for questioning.
Correct. Yes.
And none of that happened. It was a question. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And we all know that it's just a way to spin the narrative. And quite frankly, I don't think Hank Brennan was the best option for this case.
Nice.
There's a reason why he got brought in, specifically to not bring out the truth, but to convict Karen Reed. And that's not what a prosecutor's job is. A prosecutor's job is to find the truth. Whether it helps you or hurts you, that's your only job. And it's the defense's job to spin the case and try to keep out evidence and try to keep out experts.
And they're the ones trying to bring it in.
Right.
Yeah.
So you've completely flipped the script here. The prosecution is now the defense and the defense is the prosecution. And with that being said, I mean, her team of lawyers are just some of the best guys I've ever met in my life.
Next level, right?
When you have a conversation with Bob Alessi, you can just see the gears like moving in his head as he's talking. The guy is so he's just I don't even know how to put it. Like I've never met somebody like
a machine, right?
Yeah,
like
I've never
a computer.
met someone like him before, to be honest. So I'm gonna head inside.
All right, Brad. Listen, thanks. Thanks for your time, Nick. Be safe.
See you later.
Send out love. All right.
That was awesome. Good job,
Change
Tom.
the sidewalk. Telling you, man. And, Nathan just walked by.
I saw him. Yeah, that was awesome,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. And then we'll just wait for Karen. You found it, right? There you go.
Look at the people. I'm just watching you, dude.
Karen, right here. You'll be closest to get Karen. Thank you. Yeah.
We drove from Plymouth.
Oh. Yeah. 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 whatever happens. Nan's right there. And I don't think Will went too far. Will get a cane. So yeah, just supposed to head in Nan.
Okay.
Get a picture with her. She's great. Nan, she's awesome. Mark Mendoza is gonna come over. He'll be at that courthouse right over there at 9 o'clock with Erica. So yeah, it's a busy day here. Yep. Oh,
Try.
a lot of
You're
people
busy,
going
buddy.
to court today.
Yeah.
Unusual amount.
Nikki haircuts is good.
Yeah. Lot more information than we did have.
Yeah.
You know. Oh yeah. Yeah, she's been like 3, 4 maybe. Yeah. Don't live that far. Hey, wait a minute. Is that a female trooper?
Where?
Whoa. This is the spot. The spot right here. Uh-oh, who's there? You got the shoes, Mike. The shoes are a
Oh
giveaway.
yeah. Oh yeah. The shoes are a dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway. Yeah. The biggest guy over there in the middle. Yeah. No, he's one of he's like just a lot bigger. Big guy. Yeah. But it's the first time that female trooper's been here. Yeah.
Well, after yesterday, after arresting a female, that's they need a female to pat her down and stuff.
Exactly. Because they
Yeah.
never should have touched Erica. Only a female should touch a female.
That's right.
Yep.
Yep.
And then when they take her, mileage and female.
Yep. You're right.
But I guess they break all the rules.
They do anything they want in this county, Tommy. You know that by now. They just
Yeah.
do whatever the fuck they feel like.
Well, obviously somebody got spoken to because there's things that are different here today. Remember I told you different vibes?
Yeah, you're saying
Different.
that.
Yeah.
Well, getting called in front of a federal judge is kind of a big deal.
Yeah. That there's gonna be a lot to that. We're gonna say there's gonna be a lot to that.
All right, pal.
Being called in front of a federal judge is a really big deal. So, do I pull a Jen McCabe? Say whatever I want, and then say it later on down the road, well, I meant something different,
Lara, I just said knocked up. That's what it said.
right?
knocked up.
No,
No, I wouldn't. No, because you're not Jen.
I didn't think so. I thought it was supposed to be the,
Yeah.
Just don't let Kerry Roberts know the truth. Like last time I saw her was that way. And she was dressed up. And I know she's got to go to that courthouse over there. So I'm expecting her like pretty soon to be walking back here.
Well, it's 8:55.
Right. And that might be Karen and no,
I
No.
mean, they gotta be. I think you might have missed them.
no,
No.
no. Everything's slow here today. More
All right.
traffic. See the news cameras?
All right. We got the fan on at Channel 25.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they got it in the background.
She's done it, Wendy. She's down the street. Okay. Should be any second, Tommy.
Okay, so she's on her way. You can't yell, okay? She waves, wave back. She says hi. You can say hi back, but like if they yell, they'll reason for them to come over and say, "Ah." Yeah. Oh. What's that tell you, Mike?
What's up, buddy?
Jeep Grand Cherokee with Brembo brakes. What is it?
Oh, Hellcat.
Trackhawk.
Trackhawk.
900 horsepower. SRT, baby.
That's a sleeper.
Yep. Good things. I love them. All-wheel drive, man. Yeah, here comes Erica.
Where?
Walking down here now on the sidewalk down there. Right across the street.
Oh, okay.
Mike, look at this truck. What's this? It's got a body kit. See the exhaust?
Oh, yeah.
Do the
I have
finish
no idea.
looking better.
Yeah, it's got a nice rack on it, though.
The rims say fuel. Rims are okay. With the rack on the top. Yep. All right. There's Karen. Right there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Good luck, Erica. Why so? Media guy, David, Karen. Can't do that, dude.
Good morning. Good morning. Good luck. Yep. Good morning, Liza. Morning. Good morning. Good morning, Ken.
That's nice. Yeah, Dan's going to be in there tomorrow.
Good luck.
All right, so now we go over to the other courthouse, right? And catch Erica and Mendoza, right? 'Cause they'll be done. So, do you want to put the fan up?
Yeah, whoever can put the fan up. Sammy, you around?
And then they put the fan up and make me small.
I don't know who.
Take me off the screen altogether. And then when Erica comes, I'll put myself back on the screen.
Who's
Or I
going to do it?
put her separate.
What mod's doing it for us?
I do not know.
Okay.
It'll be one of them. And then here comes the gang.
I'm really bad at this.
Oh, Jesus.
How you doing, bud? Good.
Hi, Jack. Hi, guys. I absolutely. You want it sideways? How do you want it? I won't hurt your arm. You want it sideways? Upright is good. Thank you.
So that's all the buffer zone people coming down to hang out now? Sammy, stop it.
Man.
Hey, how are you?
Sure. Sure. Give me a phone and get a picture, Lisa. You want a picture with Dan? You hold this for a second.
Stop it, you guys in the chat.
Am I doing this? Are you taking the picture? Okay. Am I? Oh my God. Oh my God. Why are you so low?
Everybody. Thank you.
Down here. Oh yeah.
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 Hold on, guys.
Yep.
We're trying to get into Erica's ears. Yeah, but I'm parked right there.
You're welcome. Have a great day, ladies. Bye.
I love her sweatshirts. I thought,
He told me I could be over there. He pointed right at that spot.
yeah, Friday.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. Yeah. Yeah. He pointed. I mean, glad he's got his body cam.
I'm tired.
I'm gonna request it because that's what he said Friday. Yeah. So. All right. Let me check and see who's around.
I think we got it for we got
got it?
it'll be on it'll be on in a minute. Hold
Okay.
tight with us. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I wasn't.
Yeah, there's nothing going on yet, guys.
It's been a busy morning here, Mike.
Yeah.
But yeah, lots of people.
You walk back in the house. Yeah, he is. Since he was born, he was used to it. So. But
Yes, there. Only Nan. There you go.
I like it.
That's good. That's good.
Hopefully that doesn't get me arrested.
I know, right? Yeah. But look at she's walking in with the sign in the bag. Well, girl, put a bag on her sign before she walks.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
We got the fan up.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet.
What do you want to do? Put the fans a big screen and put you small thumb? Can you do that or no?
Yeah. I want to. You could maybe put if you remove me, right, and just put the big screen with you on it. When Mendoza comes out, I'll record him with the other phone.
Okay. I don't know, Timmy, can you hear that? So go big with the fan and then Tommy. I know. All right, Timmy. Thanks. Perfect.
Nice. Thank you, whoever did that.
Yeah, Sammy.
Oh, yeah. You guys gotta see the staircase. It's a documentary on Netflix. Oh no, it's like 8,000 people. Well, they're
You
yeah,
want your
there's
cigarette
videos.
in my pocket? I think they're in there. The only one that works.
Oh, I have my own.
You having a good day?
Yeah. I met Nan.
Isn't she great?
I gave Karen a magnet.
That's even better. Score.
Yeah, Michael Peterson down in North Carolina. And it's
Thank you.
So that was kind of awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that's okay. Thank you. We can smoke right here, right?
I think so. Maybe we should move over here.
How are you?
I'm sore. How are you? All right. I mean, yes. We're just trying to find out where we're allowed to have a cigarette. Because, like,
Smoke, yeah.
if we're out of the designated smoking area, we get a ticket.
Are you serious?
Erica got arrested. I got thrown across the street. He picked me up and threw me across the street. Yeah.
That's what your shoes wearing.
Yep.
I remember you from last year.
Yeah. Been a long time. I've been doing this a long time.
Nice to meet you.
It's like I did exactly what he told me to do. He said I could stand on that corner, so I did.
They're probably watching you like a hawk. Oh yeah, he's
Oh yeah. But
my daughter's like, Mom, you can't wear pink. I said, yes, I
you
can.
can wear pink. You just can't have any identifier marks. So
And I thought the officer, and I thought you could stand over by the church now. No,
you can.
nobody's over there.
I know.
You know what sucks? Nobody's here anymore.
I know.
No,
They
We're
come and
spread
they
out.
come and go.
Okay.
They disperse.
I just
Spread out.
today. This is my first time.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, welcome.
this year.
Okay.
Because I'm working again.
Have you met Nan?
Who's Nan?
Nan, she's a lawyer. She's amazing.
Awesome.
Really?
You gotta get a picture with her. Yeah.
Where is
Come on. I'll bring you up here. Let me introduce you.
Do you know who I like? Melanie Little.
Yeah, she may be here too. I don't know.
No way. Yesterday she.
Will's here. Saglera.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, is this who's Nan?
Nan, this is Nan.
Hey, Nan.
This is her first time this year stay at the standout. Huh?
How are you?
So,
I didn't even realize that it just happened when I walked up yesterday.
yep.
Yeah,
It was it happened kind of quick. Yeah.
That's wild, though. There's no need for that.
Nope.
Could have just let you cross.
I did everything. He said back up, and every time he did it, I did.
Right.
So I complied with everything that he said to do, and he still come at me. I think he's just mad 'cause I'm suing him already. So
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well,
Tommy, where is Will?
he's around here. He may be in the registry of deeds. He's got a cane. I think he hurt his knee.
Oh no.
So he's not running around anywhere quick, you know.
Right, yeah.
We're all banged up. Everyone's all got banged up.
Jacket on fire,
It's okay. All right, so
Are you gonna go into Erica's court thing right now?
no, I'm gonna wait outside.
All right.
Erica's getting arraigned right now, and then when she comes out, I'll record Mark on my other phone so we got content for later.
Okay, pal.
And we don't want to have our viewers miss a Karen Reed trial,
No, man. Of course not.
so we'll still give them content later on.
Because you got Robert Alessi still dismantling Manchin.
Yeah, he's doing that badly too, man.
Think about all the companies that they've done insurance investigations for.
Yep.
I want a refund. What
Yeah.
a scam! What a scam!
Make the data work, Mike. Remember?
Yeah.
You can make anything work, and that's why once you take that file and export it to Excel, you can do whatever you want with it.
Right, buddy. This is crazy.
Erica should be done any minute now.
Yeah, that won't take long. How do
In
you
and
plead,
out,
not
right?
guilty? Yep. How do you plead? Not guilty. See you later.
And our lawyer's here.
Mark's here already?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, he doesn't really need to re-argue the Constitution.
No, she's just getting her in. It's not like an argument. It's like, she'll be released on recognizance and move on.
Mm-hmm.
Been there, done that.
Yep.
I'm glad you slept well last night, though. That's good, though.
Huh. How's chat? You bring chat happy?
Yeah, it was good, man. We was talking. Yeah, can the defense say something if they see Bev smirking and making signals? I mean, it was pretty fucking obvious yesterday, man. Holy shit!
I just hope that the jury is also seeing this, you know?
How could you not? All right,
Yeah?
here we go. The fan's getting bigger. Here we go. Oh, Will fractured his knee jumping the back fence last week. Oh no!
What happened?
He jumped a fence and probably I don't know if he fractured his knee or tore a ligament or whatever.
He
Yeah,
got cane.
that sucks.
Yeah. Dude, getting old.
Yeah, oh yeah. All
Old
right,
people
Chris,
break. Old things
Hey.
break.
can you go on mute, Tommy?
Yes, sir.
All right.
The Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to
Oh, she
follow
looks
my
good today.
instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Mr. Burgess, please?
So I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I miss?
No, if I misheard your question, it was.
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir,
Sure.
in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all on
Correct.
direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter as they matter and as you testify to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wolk? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
sure,
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
you
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is
This is not
slide
gonna go well.
34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry. Thank
Yes.
you. 12:35. And according to your analysis, Miss Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolk. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Miss Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wolf. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Miss Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
Your own fucking witness, dude. His own power slide.
Is your analysis down to, is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday,
Yes, according to the Lexus. Yes.
according to the Lexus.
Yes.
Keeps on saying that.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide,
Oh man. Oh man.
which is
Oh
slide
man.
32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Jesus.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's what you-
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear.
Oh my
In your
God.
presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident. Yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
He's all jammed up. Oh my God. He put the wrong fucking date on there. Look at fucking. Holy shit.
Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th. Yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
What the fuck? This is fucked.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case,
As of yesterday.
is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
Yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf. Your, actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies and, when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies. Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
It's a fucking
This is,
bloodbath.
Your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 11/62/2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 11/62/2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Miss Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Miss Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
It's just an ass fucking pounding. This guy's got a messy ass. Just a messy ass. Just throw the white flag in, Brennan. Just throw the white fucking towel in. Just stop the fight. Stop the fight. We'll see if any more hand gestures come out of Auntie today. If she just wiped her nose.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
As soon as I'm done with this Cosmo, yes. Look at her. She's going through circling shit on the report. She's not even paying attention. I love her. Wah, wah, wah.
Present to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay, sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you at sideburns?
Here we go. Jimmy, 2 mimosas, please. Use the good stuff. It's going to be a long day, Jimmy. Hey, Sue, is that, it's Lou O'Connell. Hey, Louie. How you doing? Look up at me, Lou. Look up. When you get a chance, Lou, look up at me. Oh, hey, Aaron's in court. That's nice. Can't tell who anybody is. Paulie Walnuts. She's always got that one hand up on her. She could be doing like a Phyllis Diller, right? With a long cigarette. Peg leg. Oh.
So this is not good for them, right? I missed what happened.
No. He's getting his ass handed to him, dude.
Again?
Again.
Oh,
He had the wrong date on one of his reports.
by a year difference, right?
No, a whole day.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's sloppy work. Yeah. Horrible. How did Erica make out?
It says 5. Erica's still in there.
All right, okay.
Yeah, but she should be coming out any minute now.
All right.
No,
No? Why?
special prosecutor's not here.
Oh,
Giving it till 9:45.
special prosecutor's not here.
So actually it's about 10 minutes. If he's not here, then
Yeah.
I bet he's gonna go.
Really? So there's a special prosecutor that's supposed to be headed here before 10 o'clock. I'm sorry, before 9. And he's not here, so if he's not here, maybe they just toss it.
Oh God.
Yeah, that don't look like a happy crowd over there.
No, dude, no one's like, it's just weird. They're not even sitting close to one another, like, whispering or nothing. I think they know they're on TV.
No energy.
Nah.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, back in court.
I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
Thank you.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to once again take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of, reading in the far right-hand column, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the TechStream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction of the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
You indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wope. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
Correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? Do you call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure. We can.
I want
we
to
can
use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slides fine. Yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 11:62 what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely.
He's looking at Hank like,
Could we publish what is in evidence? It was 188.
Okay.
And I'm also, sir, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
That, if we have 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along.
Bolognese.
Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Wolk, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
Correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And if we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09.
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct, from the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to keep toggle back with your honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to an enlarged Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09. Yes.
Now, if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffin's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a quote lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:02 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, using the unadjusted clock.
Keeps on saying that word, man.
I would like, does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No. He does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:02 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? You see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do
that.
you see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry Pocket State detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I can't.
No, I did not personally.
Here comes the
Do you
fucking 7
believe
shades of red. Thanks, Miss
Pocket
No More.
State detected
No more.
data.
No more.
Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Do you understand? Let's, if we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Wolf. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Jimmy, couple more mimosas, please. This is getting ugly. Please help me, Jim. Jim. Oh, man. Gosh darn it. This is an ass whooping belt, as Flipper would say, belt to ass. Good morning, Aaron. Right, Mary? Fucking, this is like how embarrassing for this company. They better not be a publicly owned company because their fucking stock is tanking right now. He just ruined the credibility of this company in a day and a half, right? No one is going to hire these people anymore for insurance, reconstruction or whatever they're going to do. Oh, did they fuck up? And you know what? They were probably the only ones willing to try and take the check because they got greedy, right? And like, this is crazy. Like, they're done. You're just gonna Google this. Anybody doing any kind of research or owns a business or another, like, let's just say a car insurance company, Liberty Mutual, right? That's a big insurance company. And imagine if they had a contract with them. Everybody that fights against the insurance company is going to look back and see this guy that was their, reconstructionist, and put a supplement in and say, this is fucking nuts. And maybe hire a lessee's company in New York to represent him. I don't know. This is crazy shit. Yeah, this guy's 50 Shades of Red. You're right, man. Oh, man. I'm trying to, like, put it into perspective. Like, what does this guy remind me of? I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen one guy single-handedly take down his own company and be okay with it. He doesn't want to lie. Yeah, he's Albert. Yeah, he put the wrong date in the reports. Yes, and this is the robust cross-examination that Bev promised him. How much do you want to bet Hank regrets fighting so hard to get this guy in, and maybe having a voir dire, and would have been exposed a lot earlier, right? Oh, either way, he lost. Oh, fuck, man. Fuck. This guy, like, he's gonna have a Dear John letter at his house, no furniture, jobs. He's gonna have to move out of the state, change his name, put 2 N's instead of 1 N. This is crazy. Austin, you really think the antis think this is going good? Because whatever they're smoking, we need something. This is crazy. Oh my God, man. Fuck. When Bob Alessi comes up to you and stands next to you and is waiting for something to get put into court, you know you're done. You know you're done. Oh, what an awesome meme this is. Oh, man. I don't feel bad for him. I really don't, because you came at you with a straight face. You tried to put it in this impersonal way. You tried to change your fucking timelines. And what is a timeline drift? Seriously, what is a timeline drift? And Beth, you're partially to blame because you let this happen without a voir dire. Right? Just, and actually, yeah. The antis are crazy right now. They were in our chat this morning. It was crazy. But, I mean, don't you think that so this is what I think, that they knew about all this stuff prior to this guy coming up. And once they didn't have to do the voir dire and it was allowed to come into evidence, that he was allowed to testify about the new timeline, I think the defense already knew it. He said, okay, all right, you win. We'll let you go. It's going to screw up all our defense that we had prepared, but you know what? We'll adjust. We'll keep going. We're used to it here. Yeah. Then he fucked around and found out real quick. Not only did he hurt his career, Aperture's career, Hank Brennan, as an attorney, is going to be looked at for one of the most Bill Buckner moves in Boston in a long time. This is a Bill Buckner through the legs, and never forgot about, or a fucking Bucky Dent, hanging curveball.
You can put it back up.
I bet you Aperture had a bad week this week with business. And Aaron has left the building.
Go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Woke, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a tech stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know
Sorry.
you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's
Duplicative.
just that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction. We could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, is after the end of the tech stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct. According
And that's
sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the tech stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a
Of the
moment, Your Honor?
unadjusted.
Yes, do you want?
What
the
is
lights
the-
on?
what is the- What is the unadjusted clock thing? Is it the clock drift, dude? You're just taking down more
So
people in your
To
company.
repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the tech stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep
Shut the
adding according to the
fucking-
unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and with the court's permission, turn the lights back on.
Thank you, chat. Thank you for seeing what I'm seeing here.
Yesterday,
This is
you
fucking
stated that
nuts.
you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8th, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is fucking nuts.
I think need to be heard on this as well.
All right.
Jake, give me the hard stuff, James. Forget the mimosas. They're not doing it for me. Give me fucking Tito's and soda. Stat. Look at Aaron. I got my back turned to you. All right. I want any. Is that Lou O'Donnell? Or that's her brother. Is that his brother? So I can't tell from here. And that's the dipshit there to the left, John the dipshit. Yeah, that's him right there. Yeah, I called him a dipshit. Pick your phone up. Christina Rex, he's cheating. Don't let him don't let him look at your thing. Don't stop picking your nose, dude. Sick. Don't wipe it on the bench. There's the glare. He looks like a gangster. Mickey haircuts. I love it. Will's like, this is fucking crazy. Did they move Peg again? Nikki haircuts. What's up, bro? I wish they switched sides. John to Pete shit. John to eat shit. Hey, what's up, Lou? Give me some love, Lou. Come on. Stop staring at me like that. You know, that makes you feel weird. It does. You know it does. Yellen's twirling her hair at me. I mean, come on. This is like, you guys are on camera. Stop it. Is that Julie Bagel's mother to the far right there? Is it? I can't tell. The other girl behind her looks, Jesus. Okay. Stop him from flopping. Man, everything, you know. She's checking on her service records for the Subaru right now to make sure they're gonna wash them back into the car after service today. Yeah. Oh yeah, who's that one to the far right there? Jesus. She hasn't missed anything. She hasn't missed a meal in fucking a long time. Peg in that same position. You gotta, like, I can just see you sitting around a table at night, you know, just chilling with that same position going on. Lost a word saying, how fucked over did I get? I'm gonna say you got fucked over a lot. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the glare jumped the fence, running from the warrant for his witness intimidation. Right now, Lou O'Connell's looking for a new Subaru. Yeah, she actually saw her shake Will's hand this morning, which I thought was nice. Or it was a brother that I don't know who it was. Her brother did. I'm not sure. Oh, so, oh man, the Aperture's business was sold in January. Oh my God. Will jumped a fence running from the bail bondsman. I don't know. He jumped a fence though. Yes, thank you for stopping from flopping is a German bride. Thank you for the $10, Cynthia.
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Should I continue with this ass whooping, Your Honor, or should we just
I'm going to
dismiss this case?
review two documents, each of which is marked.
Yes,
for
I did,
identification.
Jessica Fritz. I saw the review.
The first is Exhibit
Thanks, bud.
CCC for identification.
Oh, when he stands next to you like that, you fucked.
Slide out.
He's looking right at him.
what is
You
marked
submitted
as
that.
Exhibit
You piece of shit.
D for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit BDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let
Do
me
you
know,
even call
sir,
Dr.
when
Welch
you've had
after
a
this?
fair
Do you even just,
opportunity
just
to
forget about
review
it?
those documents. So I-
Because how do you bring this back? Unless Brendan's on the phone during breaks screaming at Welch to fix this.
Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Oh,
correct.
Stop
So
him
in
from flopping.
exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibit exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor.
It's a smaller cup, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, is exhibit CCC a slide page out of exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit? That the one that's in
Thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous slides, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat. Yeah, yes.
So
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat and
please.
just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to Dr.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns
Elucidate?
and their
What?
meaning. So
The fuck is that?
the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event
Elucidate. What the
on
fuck?
Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you
Thanks,
calculated
Dr.
in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Objection.
After.
Sustain, there's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
All right. Was my robust cross?
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. But my question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 1162 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone.
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Here we go. He's like, how can I dumb it down more than that?
Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question.
Sure.
Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162.2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
Thank you.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what he, by his math, that he is demonstrating?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand, but that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone? Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on. And this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data?
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical support, or excuse me, final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that, that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162.2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Vogt. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162.2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162.2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps, yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Do you have that report in
I
front
do,
of you?
yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay, so you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification?
I do.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare?
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the jury in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
Trust me, dude, it's not there. This guy is he's
Sure. So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in
course
conclusion
not.
5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias.
Oh
No.
my God.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event? Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health Data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health Data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wow.
Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
We could spend 4 days on this report, I think.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the TechStream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
Gippity mutual.
And in fact, sir,
That's awesome.
nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My
What?
question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8th, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
Bibbity mutual. I love it.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Take the break.
Sir, a TechStream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then.
Drop it.
Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no.
No, I do not.
So you have no
Jen.
idea
Jen.
what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing.
What
I hit him. I may have
understanding
hit him.
do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's
Jen.
slide presentation?
Jen. Oh.
Sustained. Ask it to.
Do
Sustained.
you have any understanding?
Colin wasn't in the house.
Sure.
Colin wasn't in the house. Oh my God. He just start rattling off. Jen. Look at her. Like, oh, this isn't going good. Oh God. Oh, fuck me. Oh man. What a fucking ass whooping. Oh, fucking, what a beatdown. Man. Hank, you know, you're the guy, dude. This is a reflection of you, dude. This is a reflection of you, my friend. Yeah. All of a sudden, you get to see this guy. Well, I was told to say this. And what was that? Jen! Jen! And Karen sounded angry in my report also. Tommy!
Yes, sir. You there?
Yeah, what's going on?
Just working my way back that way, buddy.
Oh, you're in the road?
Yep.
What happened with Erica?
Erica, hold on. Let me. Aussie wants to jump in. Aussie,
Hello,
hey.
am I
All
here?
right, all right. So here's the Erica update. Are you ready?
Yeah.
She waited her attorneys waited all morning, and they couldn't find a special prosecutor. So they wanted to come back Friday just to say guilty or not guilty, and maybe they'll have a special prosecutor by then. It's the same thing they did to Aiden, same thing they did with the Ducks. Make sense?
Yeah.
It's just to kick the can down the road with Erica. That's the Erica deal.
Wow. Wow.
Nice conversation with Mark. And I tell you, we got the right attorney with this guy. Hands down. This guy is amazing.
Okay.
Yeah. What else?
I'm very glad that you're all getting the right advice.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's not just the advice, it's the attention. Now we're getting the proper attention because people are saying, what's going on? Like, what's this?
Right,
So-
but you're not just doing it like ad lib. You're doing it with, lawyers
Yes.
behind you. That's kind of what I meant. But it's good
Yeah,
that you.
yeah.
It's good that it's getting attention, and it's good that you're doing it the right way.
And again, right? So our attorney can actually say, hey, I was there. I witnessed this. You know?
That's true.
The federal
Thursday?
judge is very not happy with the situation going on down here.
Yay!
I think remember the buffer zone, they said rewrite the buffer zone.
Yeah.
Right.
I think I think he took like extreme heart to that. So
Right. She basically she demonstrated contempt of court because she didn't do anything. She didn't change the buffer zone. She changed outside of the buffer zone a few details, but
she
not
changed the
inside.
wordage. Right, just the verbiage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
she didn't just not change.
I imagine the First Circuit is not happy because it's contempt of court.
Yeah. So Thursday is going to be a very interesting day, and I'm going to have to be there.
Good. Good. Is in the afternoon?
Yes.
3:00 in Boston.
Lovely, because we get caught in the morning and then we can still tune in for that in the afternoon. Yay.
Yeah. Yes. So you're heading back to your house, Tommy?
Yeah, yeah, but they don't allow filming in that court, which is kind of a bummer, you know.
No,
but
no, they don't. Yeah.
that's all we can do, right, Mike?
That's all you can
Honestly,
do.
what do you see from where you're at? Like, what's it look like on your radar? Out of control? Is it? Are we the troublemakers, or like how do you see it?
The violence didn't even kick off until the cops stepped up their bloody force measures that Bev put in place. There was nothing violent going on there.
True. There was not one. There's so many cops there. I don't get it. There was
She didn't have justification to do it in the first place to apply, that the cops can use force. She didn't have justification for that to begin with.
right. Absolutely right. There's more cops, and there was somebody down there today that was a lieutenant because he had gold piping on everything. Bigwig. And there was also, thank God, a female trooper because when they arrested Erica, the male searched her for weapons. No, you can't touch a woman. You need to use a female to search a female.
Yeah.
They
Kate,
didn't
so
do that yesterday.
Kate, I don't agree with you. It doesn't matter who is looking for attention. You can't arrest people for looking for attention. That's not how it
Exactly.
works.
And the bigger picture is that our First Amendments are just out the window when it comes to Canton. Dedham in this case.
But then you got people who are like cheering it on because they don't like the person or that person was looking for attention anyway. It's like it's not legal. It doesn't matter what you think of the
Right.
person. Not
Right.
freaking legal.
Yep. Yep.
But you do have
Absolutely
people,
correct.
you do have people out there who are supporting it because I don't like X, Y, and Z. It's nothing to do with who you like. When Bao got arrested, like none of us have any time for him. Doesn't mean we like or dislike him. None of us have any time for him, but he still didn't deserve that. If you're
No.
saying to the
Correct.
cops, why am I moving? What's the go? What's going on? And they're just picking you up and crash tackling you. That's not legal. That's not reasonable use of force.
Yeah, it's funny. They didn't de-escalate the situation at all.
No, they're escalating because that's what Bev told them to do.
Yes.
And Mike might be on to something. Brennan had a discussion with one of the troopers. I think that may have been the straw
no doubt,
that made it happen.
No, absolutely.
The more I think about it, Mike, I think you're absolutely right on the money.
Well, the timeline of watching your film and watching everything else lined up perfectly with that.
Yeah.
All right, we're back.
All right, we're back.
You gonna go on mute?
Yeah, I'm just going to mute until another break. I want to talk about
right.
the math. I want to
Okay.
break down the math in English in the next break.
Thank you. Karen's got this. I know that smirk. Been watching her for too long now. She knows. She's loving every minute of this, and rightfully so.
Yeah, proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting.
Where I
And
was
that
hitting
is,
you your
I
ass.
will
Remember that?
discuss you, and I'll start with your conclusion. And I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see, conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Even the kid next to Alessi's read for him.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled Techstream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled Techstream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and text stream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of text stream events, 1162.1 and 1162.2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that text stream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has no, your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a text stream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You see, you mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I do say
You
collision.
see the word, use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying text stream event 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every text stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have text stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a text stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to text stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage, or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexis's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
it's Lexis's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay, folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's just 20 minutes.
All right, please.
Love it. Just saved his ass.
It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to
Right.
see how Hank tries to revive him because dude's on a sinking ship right now.
I don't, I don't watch a lot of trials, but just watching this gentleman right here, Manchin, what an embarrassment for his company, first of all. What an embarrassment for the Commonwealth to put this guy on the stand when they had a chance to maybe get him voir dired and maybe flush this out before putting him on the stand. And an embarrassment to the O'Keefes that this is the type of stuff they're going to bring to try to prosecute somebody.
Right. Can I just
Right?
say
Yeah.
a lot of people are putting a lot of weight on the airbags not deploying, but here's some common sense for you. The
Okay.
airbags are to protect your head in a collision, correct?
Yes.
That's what they do. They protect your head from impact. If you've got a headrest behind your head in a reverse collision, what do you need an airbag for?
Yeah. Yep.
So they don't deploy, no cars deploy in reverse accidents because you've already got a headrest behind your head. You don't need an airbag there. You've already got a cushioned surface.
There's so many airbags today and these new models, like you have side airbag impacts.
Side, front, anywhere
front,
there's a
back.
hard surface, but
Yeah.
not in reverse. Not in
Yeah,
reverse.
so
None of them
just to
deploy in
clar-
reverse. That's just general
So
tech.
even that rumor of 25 miles an hour is bullshit.
Doesn't matter what speed, your airbags won't deploy in reverse. It's just general tech because you've
I didn't know
already
that.
got a cushion. You've already got a cushion behind your head. The point is to stop your head from hitting a hard surface and cracking open. So you've already got a cushion behind that. So those headrests come up behind your head because that's the safety standard. Otherwise, you're going to break your neck in a reverse collision accident. So you've got a headrest, which creates the same effect that an airbag does in the safety area of this is worldwide, incidentally. All cars have to have that headrest. Otherwise, if you don't have that headrest, you're going to whip your head backwards and break your neck. It's just a safety thing. But because you've already got that built into your seats, now you add your side and front airbags for different collision types, but no vehicle deploys on reverse. That's just how the safety standards are. They're the same in Australia. So
Okay. Do you want to talk about the math you said?
Yeah, there was a couple of things I just wanted to point out. All right, so Burgess
I'm going to step out for 1 second because I got 2 dogs down I got to take care of real quick. Can you run the show for a minute?
I sure can. No problems.
All right. I'll see you in a couple of minutes, all right?
All right.
All right.
So Burgess is saying that DeSogra's math is correct. And anything he adds after that is speculation. Because if the maths is correct, then that's your scientifically valid reasoning for presenting that specific whatever it is. So if the maths adds up, anything he says after that is a total crock of BS. If it adds up, right? So let me go back over my notes. We'll start from the top. My notes are a little bit all over the place here. Okay, so So let's talk about his timestamp's 24 hours out. He's like, my time can only be at most 1 second out. But now we find out it's 24 hours plus 1 second out. So that's a big issue for him. So if you're talking about variance, if you're calculating variance or statistical variance, there's a very unique formula. It's like the sum of each data point. Where are we? The sum of each data point minus the average of all the data points gives you n, which is the total of your data points, to the power of 2, and then all of that is 1 over n times whatever that value is. So we didn't see any formulas that are giving us in his spreadsheets that are giving us the sensor deviation analysis. Okay, so any reading from the ECU, a gyro, anything, right? So the key cycle timestamps, all of that stuff, door open, close events, all of that sort of shit is what you should be using in this. But that's not what he's using, because the Commonwealth has deliberately dropped those timestamps. I do suspect we're going to find out when ARCA testifies that all those timestamps are recorded by the Toyota tech stream. Always have been, since, as far as I know, since Toyota tech stream ever existed. So they've always been time-stamped. The fact that they are missing from the data is why we've got this dude trying to do a visual calculation of when the key cycles begin and stop. So basically what his maths is doing is saying, here's a demonstrative vehicle that's the same as Karen Reed's. It's a 2022 LX570. We know it's not hers because he already showed us that the motherboard was cooked. He's saying, here's the timestamp in the infotainment system of this vehicle. When I am in this demonstrative vehicle and I power the car on, that's a key cycle. This is a press button, by the way. This particular model is a press button ignition. It's not a key turn. So, you know, all the bullshit about Trooper Paul saying, you know, well, you can just turn it onto accessories. Well, that's actually several key presses in different combinations for different types of vehicles. But anyway, back to, he pressed the start button to turn the car on, and then he counted the number of seconds before the infotainment screen popped up and powered on and showed the timestamp. So the number of seconds, he's like visually seeing this. He's counting this visually. So he might be out by, you know, 1 or 2 seconds. It's not an accurate measurement to look at something visually. There's still a time delay between your eyes recognizing what's going on the screen and your brain processing it. So doing a visual demonstration there is really not that accurate. So he could be out for everything he visually works out the time for. It's adding up to seconds delay between him seeing it and his brain registering it. So this is not an accurate way to do things. But so basically he's gone, oh, so there's 3 seconds in this other car. There's a 3-second delay between when I press the on button to when the infotainment system powers on. Then on that SD card, he found the power on and power off events for the infotainment system. So he assumes that if there's a 3-second delay in this demonstrative car between pressing the start button to start the engine and the infotainment system recording a power on event, then this SD card must show us 3 seconds behind for everything that Karen's car did. So he uses that 3 seconds now to go and visually look at all the CCTV footage. Now, forensically, looking at CCTV footage with a known world clock stamp, like Ring, for example, uses a world server. So that's as accurate as you get as far as having a baseline. But the problem that we have is that we don't know if, for example, the ring footage from John's house at One Meadows, we don't know if that timestamp is accurate. We know they've added timestamps to some shit. They've added they took out the original timestamp and added a screen timestamp. We know they've done that. The only way we're going to find out whether One Meadows was reversing out and hit John's car is accurate, because they haven't validated the metadata for that, is when, well, I hope that the Commonwealth goes ahead and has the keeper of records from Amazon come up and tell us whether those timestamps are correct. So at this point, we don't know that 5:07 is when that actually happened. When you see that video footage of Karen Reid reversing, there's no timestamp on it. I actually have the non-court shown, like the original footage that they handed over to defense here on my laptop. It was sent to me a little while back, but there's no timestamp on it. There's no metadata in it to tell us what that timestamp should have been. So one of the things the metadata tells you is when this clip starts and ends. So even if you just say you've got, I think it's a 5 or 6 minute clip. I cannot remember the exact amount of time now, but I know it's a 1 minute clip. It's a 1 minute and 10 second clip or something like that. So the metadata should tell us that, the timestamp began for this section that they're clipped here, began at, blah, blah time, 5:07 a.m. on the 29th of January. If the Amazon comes in and says, well, that's not the right timestamp, that's not when this happened, according to our servers, our cloud servers, this data is kept away from anything that the Commonwealth has access to and could jimmy. So if our cloud server doesn't match the time that you're saying this happened, then all these calculations are all incorrect, because that's the first timestamp that he measured anything to. Burgess, basically. So another introduction of plus or minus error rate is going to happen when you, again, he's looking at that. He's looking at that visually, and he's saying between what he sees visually, the vehicle, I don't think it was that actual video, but I'm trying to think. When they pulled into Karen's driveway, for example, he says, okay, so the headlights will go off X amount of seconds after he turns off the ignition, but we can't see or hear when he turns off the ignition. So he just looks. So Karen's dad pulls in, or it might have been a brother driving. I don't know who it was driving off the top of my head now. He pulls in and he's in the driveway there for a couple of seconds before he actually gets out of the car and goes around the back to look at the taillights. There is no visual, sound, or any other cue to tell us when he actually turned that vehicle off. So the dude's just looking at the headlights. Car stops and he counts seconds till the headlights turn off. And he's saying that is the cue that that should match, a key cycle. If we had the actual timestamps on the key cycles that are supposed to be there, which are originally recorded by Lexus TechStream, then he wouldn't be having to do any of this guessing at all. Anyway, moving on. What else have I got in my notes? So that's the basis for how he is describing this plus or minus 20 seconds, 20 to 29 seconds. Every single thing that he did there, every single visual video that CCTV that he was measuring timestamps from was incorrect, because his basis for assuming when the key cycle happened was also incorrect. But I think what he's doing, just looking at his spreadsheets, I kind of went over them a bit yesterday while I was waiting for my mechanic to do repairs on my car. I think what he's doing is just a basic this time minus, you know, the difference kind of equation. He's not doing a statistical variance equation that you would normally use in statistics. And that doesn't surprise me if he doesn't have a degree in maths. Moving on. Yeah, so we got that. We got the
Just add the stage.
Yeah,
There we
and
go.
you're only not there. Wait, hold on. You're only not there.
Are we back? Are we back? I just heard something there. All right. Hey, Ozzy, what part of Oz are you in or from? That's
Hey, how you
Tuesday.
doing, Aussie? You there?
Hey, Tommy, what's going?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? How are you today feeling?
I'm good. I'm just sore.
Just sore.
Yep.
Oh, well, lucky for you, I'm sore today too. Yesterday when I went to go to the mechanic, so we finished up at court, I had to like just get in a car and drive out of town to go to the mechanic shop. My son had borrowed the car the day before and left the ignition on and flattened the battery. So we had to like push it out of the car park to get the other vehicle, like the paddock basher, up close to it to jump start it. And
Yeah. The standard shift, yeah.
I fully wrecked my arm, man, like pushing it.
Yeah, because when it goes in the gear, it doesn't want to go. You got to push it.
Well, I was the one pushing. In the end, I was like, you know what, Corey, you're going to have to do the pushing because I couldn't push it. All I did was slipped in the mud and wrecked my arm. So I got sore arm today. Went out in sympathy with you. Same arm.
Oh, my. Mike, you remember bump starting cars, right?
It's the way of living, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
no
yeah.
doubt.
I couldn't do that with mine because it's automatic. I had to actually push it out of the car park so we could get
Right,
the paddock basher up to jump start it.
Oh, yeah. So you want push start in an automatic? No, jump start in
No.
a clutch. Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
No, but it was
Motorcycles,
stuck,
yeah.
the front end was parked in the parking bay, so I had to push it out so that we could free the engine area to get the paddock basher.
Oh,
But yeah, I only had to move it like, 15 feet, but holy crap, I couldn't do it. And I pulled a lot of muscles trying to.
oh.
With the trial so far, right? This guy, I mean, I take it that he's just getting decimated.
Oh, he is.
Nonstop, right?
He is. And I think the good thing is that Hank is saving the Amazon record keeper until after these guys have already been decimated on their data being wrong, because I'm pretty sure the Amazon record keeper is going to say no, those timestamps don't match our servers.
Yeah.
I don't see how they can match.
Whose timestamps are they going to use, right?
Well, he's using like 7 different
right, to make everything fit.
To make everything fit, right? 7 different references. They're completely autonomous systems. It's like saying, it's exactly what he did. There's 7 different systems. There's this random car he picked up in Arizona. There's a random, CCTV footage we don't even know that the timestamps are correct on. What's that, Tommy?
I'm just showing people. They asked if it was a Jerry Garcia tie.
Oh.
They're different. Like, they're all different. I collect them. It's kind of a thing.
Jerry Garcia, eh?
Yeah. Grateful Dead.
Fancy pants.
He made some clothing and some shirts and some ties.
Yeah, right.
Yep. But yeah, so Erica got the plain special prosecutor again with Erica, like they did with Rich and they did with Aiden. They got to find a special guy to handle a trespass case. Simple trespass, misdemeanor.
What happened to Will? I heard he tried to jump a fence and break his knee.
He's a hurting dude. That boy. He's limping around. Yep, got a cane. Should probably be on crutches, I think.
He was in Canton when this happened, or he was at home when this happened?
I don't know where he was, but I did see him today. He was here this morning.
On
You
a
know
call.
what, too? This is
I heard he was
even
home.
better news. I don't know why. This is huge news. Oh my God. He convinced or got another creator, and I met her, but I don't remember her name. She's huge, like really, really, really big. And Will brought her into court with her today. So she's vested
Oh, like
now.
who was it? Like Stephanie Harlow or
Somebody big. Somebody that
Yeah.
he's been trying to get this Kate. Annie Elise.
Annie Elise and
Met her this
10 to
morning.
Life.
What
Her
a
channel
sweetheart.
is 10 to Life.
She is a very, very, very nice lady. I met her this morning. Oh, she's a sweetie. And
She's
and
been
we're-
following
again,
it for a while. Yeah,
we're
Annie.
blessed beyond blessed. This lady's got a huge following, I'm told.
Right, she does, and she's also she does like a podcast for one of the I think it might be Law and Crime, or I can't remember. It's not Court TV, but she does a podcast for one of the big channels. I can't remember the name.
I'm sure we'll figure
Yeah,
it
yeah.
out, and she'll get even more popular with us now because, you know, she sees what we see, and it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
hard, right? It's anybody
Right.
can see it.
Anyone with a freaking brain. The thing with Annie Elise is that she doesn't often fall for anything that's too easy to get into the weeds with. Like she's very straight minded and sensible. She supports law enforcement. She's usually, follows trials very closely to, the law sort of thing.
Mhm.
So to have her pick out, what's going on here so quickly and early in the piece is a major step for us, I think.
Yep. So that's something I forgot to tell everybody. So that's really good news, and
Yeah.
we may not see it right now, but I'm sure it's going to pay off down the road. And Microdots keeps dropping these videos. Like, what's up with that? You're telling me the best we got in the state of Massachusetts can't find this stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's
Exactly.
either incompetence or intentional. Can't be both. It's one or the other.
Weaponized incompetence. They know it's incompetent. They did it on purpose, and they did it to weaponize it.
100%.
Yep.
I love Microdots too, Miss Naima. He's freaking awesome. His videos are bloody next level.
Did you see the one they dropped yesterday?
Top notch.
You want to play the one from yesterday?
Oh, I could do that, can't I? I can. You keep
Yeah,
an eye on the
Tell me
fan?
one. Go ahead, Aussie.
Mike, you keep an eye on the fan?
Yep, I got
Okay.
the fan, yeah.
Mike's got fan duty.
I got the fan. I'll let you know. Currently in recess.
Recess shouldn't be too long. Oh my
This is
god!
only like
Yesterday after court, I was so flogged. Hey, because I was up all night with the court. I was going to go to bed at midnight, but Alessi was smashing that guy so hard, and I just couldn't sleep. I was like, I just need to keep watching. It's like you can't tear your eyes away from the train wreck.
I know. It was watching a plane crash. You're right. Yes.
So I just walked straight away from court into my car to try and get it started, and then off to the mechanic shop. Spent half the day in the mechanic shop. So when I got home, I was absolutely so
Exhausted.
tired after court
I can
yesterday. But hopefully we're on track today to not be so tired, and I can do a vent stream.
Yes, do one. Yep, we still got fan.
But it's not even shared yet.
I know.
The layout. That's why.
Tommy one hand, getting some help at home.
God.
You're not muted, just so you know.
Did you find it?
At the stage, day 18 of the grueling case against Karen Reed. Judge Beverly Cannoni, long accused of harboring a bias in favor of the prosecution, is
Oh, I just realized Sammy's here.
special thanks to Olivia Lambo for pointing this out. Follow her on X.
Yeah,
Let's
do
set
that.
the stage. It's day 18 of the grueling case against Karen Reed. Judge Beverly Cannoni, long accused of harboring a bias in favor of the prosecution, is eager to wrap up an excruciating day of cross-examination. On the stand is Commonwealth expert witness Shannon Burgess, who's just been exposed for lying about his educational credentials and misrepresenting his communications with lead prosecutor Hank Brennan. And Brennan himself has been hemorrhaging credibility for putting such a deeply flawed witness on the stand in the first place.
Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
This is almost certainly a lie. For his employer, Aperture Forensics, to remove that link, they must have been notified somehow that his educational background was of interest to the defense, that is information only he would know, as the holder of the account.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link, that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Do you know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
And at the end of his disastrous testimony, Aperture Forensics went a step further and added this watermark stating, not for expert designation to his biography on their website. Another reputation ruined for taking part in this fabricated case. Burgess is experiencing involuntary facial spasms under the extreme pressure.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
His LinkedIn,
What about
his
the
credentials. Anything on his credentials at all?
Idea, but it's called fraudulent. It's fraudulent. It's a lie.
And you have not obtained it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Once Robert Alessi finishes dismantling the witness over his false claims about his credentials, he shifts focus to the larger issue at hand. He presses Shannon Burgess on the revisions made to his report, alterations that conveniently adjusted the Commonwealth's timeline midway through the trial. Although Hank Brennan previously claimed to be surprised by the updated report, no one seriously believes that. Alessi methodically uses the report's own language to demonstrate it was, in fact, revised at Brennan's direction.
You did delve into that, and pretty heavily, in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
So after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepared your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about TechStream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about TechStream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd, after the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report,
Correct.
right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
I'm going to read the first line of your May 8th, 2025 report.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
pursuant to your request. That's the request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
At this point, we are approaching the end of the day in Judge Cannoni's three-ring circus, but she saved her most disgraceful trick for last. Robert Alessi is zeroing in on the moment that matters most. After methodically laying the foundation, he's now ready to challenge the discredited witness on the centerpiece of his revised report, a brand new finding that conveniently alters a critical segment of the timeline, introduced halfway through the trial.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffen that you referenced, and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line, because it's the heading.
Cannoni glances at her watch, clearly weighing whether it's close enough to the end of the day to call it, just as the cross-examination is about to strike a nerve.
And then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to...
She takes a deep sigh. Now, we will play through what she does next once, then break it down.
With regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about Pakistan.
Objection.
I'm going to see it side by for 2 minutes on this.
Okay.
Press you whenever you're ready.
Clint's back on right now if you want to know about that. That was pretty much the end of the Microdots video. Guys, court is back on. Here we go. We got live coverage for you. Man.
Your Honor, Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean without more that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right. You had said that earlier, sir. Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
What?
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Miss Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume The data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Miss Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself.
Not by itself.
Boom.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates
That's
that there
gonna
was a
hurt.
collision on anything without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic.
That just happened, Aussie.
Indeed, it did. By a
Direct
Leslie note.
examination, you referenced a Miss Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV?
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip, so you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try
It's what
to
you wrote,
use
Pat.
as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word? you
Her
said?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay it
Oh
her
my
first,
God.
which is part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So
That's what you just said.
you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Miss Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Miss
Yeah,
Gaffney's
keep it,
work
buddy.
had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Miss Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes.
Yes, you did.
correct?
No,
No, I'm
no,
not
I
trying
didn't.
to
Yes, I did.
anyone.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I did.
In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Miss Gaffney?
She was
As
the
I
only one
recall,
who
I
was
believe so,
experienced
yes.
at chip off at the time. I bet you he hasn't even
fact,
done it before.
You yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
Let's orient ourselves.
He wants out of this so bad. God bless his heart.
I thought yesterday he actually ran out of the courtroom, but it was unless he had stopped for a break so that Miss Little could go collect a document to impeach him with yesterday.
Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, because I was wondering, she came back in and handed it to him. You're right.
But he kind of looks like that's what he wants to do, right? Get up and flee. Get me out of here.
I know. I don't know how he's employed after this. Honestly, I really don't know how he's employable in this type of work. Anyways, I should say.
Right. Mary Jo says Jess Machado scored another year of restraining order against Grant.
I saw that. Yeah, that's awesome. She's a good person. She really is.
I like her.
Yes.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at.
To see the words,
The paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition.
It was
According
5
to
months.
Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Where to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence.
It
and
was
I can
weak.
clarify.
Can you read the last
I'm looking at
sentence,
states.
sir?
It
I
was
can.
weak.
So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support
Yes.
to address the information contained on the micro SD
It
card?
was 4 weeks
No,
after
Burla
Guarino
did not
said
and does not.
Burla
Good.
doesn't
That-
support it.
I wanted to.
That was my identifier
Right,
of the micro SD
understood.
card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla's software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questions. Thank you for answering my questions.
But.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
How do you rescue him?
If I remember correctly, Guarino rushed in to get the chip off done
Yes.
before Burla did their update, and then they did their update after the chip off. But it was only a
Yes.
few weeks.
Yes.
It was like
Carino's a major player in this.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, cool. He's dirty as they fucking come.
Yeah, he specifically put that motion in front of the judge as quickly
Yes.
as possible because he knew that Burla update was coming in 3 weeks.
Yes.
That way they can destroy the chips before the Burla update came out. That was his whole point.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
They just weren't banking on Trooper Paul not knowing how to do a chip off and having to rely on Miss Gaffney.
Yeah. Yep. I think they need the state needs some accident reconstructionists that are educated, PhDs that are on call. You know what I mean? All the
Oh
time.
yeah, Arthur's gonna put all this to rest once and for all.
Yes.
I know
You might
they
even
are
see
there.
you might even see the Commonwealth eventually start hiring Arthur after this. You know.
Yeah, maybe.
Good afternoon.
Seriously.
Well,
Weird
the
Hank.
FBI
He looks flustered.
and the
He looks
military.
flustered.
You
Wow.
know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order
Oh.
to not view any testimony of a trial.
You got
Is my
implicated.
general
Hank.
understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you
Does that
understand
mean
whether
you're
or not
lying
you
liar
can
for
speak to
Liarsville?
attorneys about
Yes.
testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about
Yes, you did.
arguments,
There's an
testimony,
email
or anything
proving it,
about this
you
case
said.
as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn
Oh,
account,
get outta
do you
here.
remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you
Not working, Hanky.
were
Obviously,
asked
I
about
did it myself.
Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100,
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense,
Yes, I do.
and that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
Of what year?
of 2024. Sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please.
Who cares, Hank, whether it was public or not? It's still a lie, whether you hide it or not.
That's right.
183.
Hank's just trying to rescue this guy as much as he can.
You could enlarge the top section.
I don't think he can.
No, not after that. No way.
Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received?
And what does that
by the
mean
defense
anyway?
and they knew this?
I made an
Yes, I
application.
do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide
I'd
an
like to
updated
be
CV
accepted, but I don't
in
have the
April 2025.
qualifications.
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
Can we have Exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Currently pursuing could mean it's my aspiration. I just can't get in.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have. Yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've
Yeah,
testified
this
in
will,
other courts
this
around
will
the
be my last
country,
one.
do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us
I don't
that you
have
had
a degree,
certificates in
essentially.
Celebrite.
Barely.
I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Sustained.
Do you
Do
have
you have
professional
XYZ
certifications
company
as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
study courses?
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did. I
Can you
did,
share
yes.
some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be
passed the
Global
smartphone
Information
course.
Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class with or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
And I
Any
passed Celebrate
certifications
Magnet.
regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Not currently.
Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or Bosch?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around
Oh, I
acquiring
passed
and
the course
analyzing
there too.
crash data from airbag control modules.
Oh, goodness gracious.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a
If you tell
bachelor's
the
degree
court you
a
have one,
prerequisite
yes.
for success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes.
Stephen Jobs,
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024.
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved with filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided, and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect, or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10th, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie?
I had to look it up. I had to Google it.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes. So I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Why did you?
Okay.
Oh man, Hank is just rattling off fucking randos at him.
Randos.
With no base to him, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Just accusations.
yeah, like totally leading questions. You know what I mean? Like totally, like it's either a yes or no question. And obviously, I want you to answer yes or no.
Yeah, exactly.
Just, it's not that hard to figure out. Hey, this is Lou O'Connell. How you doing, girl?
Hank's lying about who led that chip off. It was actually Trooper Paul, and he got in there and then looked like he was going to be doing everything wrong. And Gaffney stood in and said, "Look, just let me do it. I've got experience." And so he stood back and let Gaffney do it. But it was Paul that led that.
That's right. I remember that now. You're going back to the fall of last year, right? 24? October.
When they did the chip off, it was before. It was a few months before last trial. Yeah.
The first one or the second one?
No, it was before the first trial. It was
okay.
During pre-trial hearings that we found out. It was during the trial that we found out Paul led it and Gaffney stood in. Pre-trial, all we knew is that Gaffney did the chip off. That was what Lally was accusing her of doing shit. Then we find out, well, it was actually Trooper Paul. That was during the trial.
Gotcha.
When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Hank is just rushing through this.
Please don't read this, just look at it. And if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
It's not supplemental, Hank. You submitted it during trial.
I think Tom just got summons to court.
Of course
And
he did.
Do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Worded differently. Worded differently.
Well,
claim that was
well,
made.
You're not going to give me this one, Judge?
You weren't aware until someone advised you of your error. Is
Oh,
that true?
No, that was untrue.
this
When
is
you
fucked.
realized there was an error in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No,
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
no, I do not.
Yes, you do.
In this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Oh,
Yes,
fuck
I have.
you.
Who's encouraged you to always provide all information regardless of what it
You
is?
didn't give him
No
all the
one.
information,
So
Hank.
my job is to assist the jury.
Thank you,
So
Aussie.
the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
Even the
When
defense
you
hasn't seen all
Looked
the
at
information.
the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them. How long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure.
Just
So
ask
it
long.
took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you
You
miss
get
information,
annihilated
it's
on the
information that
scene.
won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were
Oh,
asked
so they
about
withheld.
Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. but then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
And how many times have you done that chip off?
Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off. Has the software updated?
Yes.
Miss Gaffney wasn't given the data.
No, I'm sorry.
to
So she has
analyze
not
it.
done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the
There you
Burla
go.
software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not, acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
I can't wait till Gaffney testifies.
You have drafted
know,
a number
me
of
too.
reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other
Trooper
experts, like
Cole
for example,
write a
Mr.
report?
DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice
He's
when there are
pissed.
reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
Unless he's going to
Were you
have a
asked or
laugh
given
day
any
on all of
direction
this.
on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another
This is
expert like
fun.
Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did. Yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question. So you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event. Are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. Sorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mrs. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both the devices or that was recorded on both devices.
How about reverse
as well
gear
as a
event?
GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please?
Did I just freeze
You're
up,
shown
or
this
did
chart.
the whole thing just freeze up?
Was this
No,
the
no, we're
entirety
good
of
here on my
your
side.
report?
No, it was not.
We get
Was
we get
there
video.
Text
It's live.
information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
Okay, so this was triple D for identification. That would be the exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSorga's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday. That's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Because it wasn't Karen's Lexus, obviously. That's why he
Why
was
were
saying.
you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information Or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexis information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing 2 times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, in inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of, comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare 2 different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting, that is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
If we turn the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that 2 clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Mr. Thurman?
We'll forget the fact that the clock in the car is actually
Were you in
user
agreement with this
settable.
page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerns you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury again by using,
Tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. I'm going to allow that. That's his concern.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please.
He said 20 seconds to 29
just a
second variance,
label of
which
what's
is a
to come?
9
It
second
is.
difference.
And
So he's
compare
not
to the
down
next
to
page,
the
please.
second. He's 9 seconds.
If we could start,
accurate.
Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
yeah. So highlighted in the red.
Toyota documentation will
where we
annihilate
identified
that
the,
claim.
that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
you were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Sustained.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the, the event, so in this case, the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the TechStream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts.
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman.
Yeah, the jury's just fucking yawning right now.
What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It's not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest, as well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variants will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is a
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, and 4:42:06 and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between two iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those
Not at the
first
timestamps, would you
first
need-
5 events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the question.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any
Mr. O'Keefe's
acknowledgement
invalid
anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's
iPhone,
report
uh,
that he
iPhone.
appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No. So I think those times are accurate. But again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance. And it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSorga's.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
I'm so
You
fucking
mentioned
lost.
154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the
this is
3-point
neat.
turn logically would be after this point.
At the
It
time you
means
saw the
nothing
slide,
because
had you
John's
broken down
phone data
154?
has never
Yeah.
been
No,
verified.
not at the time that I saw this
Yes.
slide.
They're trying to say that his phone was connected to Karen's Lexus at 12:31, which is not true.
Could you
It's
zoom
all
back out a little bit?
unverified data. None of it's been verified.
Okay.
The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. Disorder?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
Please turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. Disorder's?
This is Mr. Desogres.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay, could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event and those, let's see, no, that's going to be this, it's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time. So not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2.
Jesus
the
Christ.
+1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare. So we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in.
What the fuck is this
and
shit?
then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the
What the
2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be, I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's, either way, it's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
I.e., 20 seconds make no
Turn that off,
difference.
please, for a moment.
That's what I saw, minus 20 seconds.
After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So that was finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us
This might be a good time to go to lunch. Jim, let's get some gin and tonics going, please. Forget about this mimosa. The OJ is kind of chunky.
Yanking on the emergency brake.
Yep. This is crazy. I'm totally like, this guy is like beyond listening to you for more than 5 minutes. You lose interest. Oh, there you are.
His qualifications in the courses that he's done cover FDIR, which is basically what Whiffen and Hyde do. And if he's doing all of this and he's not even verified the phone data, then he's building his entire theory on something he actually can't verify. He can't verify his theory if that phone data was never verified. He can only say, this is the data I was given, I'll base it on that.
And who's he giving it to by Tully?
Exactly. It's not verified. If he's not given the same thing that the defense has asked for and never got, that's the P list and the hash file, then he can't verify that data. He's just been given a spreadsheet. Here's our jimmied timeline. Go play with it.
Gotcha. That makes
But
sense.
because he's FDIR, because he's qualified FDIR, he's supposed to verify that data before he does an analysis on it.
Got you. Now, thank you for clarifying that up. Oh man, I'm
So
just
he's
like,
using his Lexus clock to fabricated a timeline that hasn't passed basic evidentiary integrity.
he keeps going from a Lexus time clock to John's cell phone, back to a probable or likely time that it happened. Like it's nothing concrete, that's really tied down with anything. It's just basically hearsay and an opinion of an uneducated witness or expert. That's how I'm taking this guy. This guy is up there as an expert, paid by the Commonwealth, but he's not educated to even talk about his field.
I think he has the courses. I'll give him that. All right, but as someone pointed out in the chat, he did what 2 weeks of courses per year. But that doesn't make him an expert in this field. You can pass the course and still not know what the fuck you're talking about, because you can do them online, you can do them externally, and you can just Google your answers. You can pass a course without knowing what you're talking about.
Yeah, just ask Areno.
Exactly. The potential problem here starts at the extraction, because none of this data is verified. It starts there with Guarino doing the extractions, and they're not providing those verification files to say this is verified data. It did come from John's phone. It has not been tampered with. So
yes,
he is making some sense. I mean, there is a forensic way that his methodology could be applied. The problem is he's gone outside of that methodology.
Yeah, so he's opining to something that he has really no education in, right? It's like his methodology has never been taught to him.
He gets the general gist of how forensically you might do this type of time drift sort of calculation, but he doesn't get the mechanics of how that's applied forensically. And I'm pretty sure the ARCA guys are going to tear him to shreds. Because they're engineers, they get it. They know exactly how it's done forensically, whereas he's just working on a feeling.
That's exactly my point. Like,
yes.
Okay, you're giving me something, but you're not an expert in it, and it just kind of goes into the blah blah land for me. Like, well, I've already checked out, and I'm like, why do I even want to listen to this guy? Because he's really not what he's supposed to be. Hey, there's Tommy in his car. Hey, Tommy.
Hey, Tommy.
So I'm on. He was texting me on.
You guys there?
Yeah.
Hey guys. Hey, listen, you guys are freaking awesome. Really, I love listening to you guys. Really, it's good to listen to it once in a while. You know, because I'm usually right up front. You know, it's just Aussie. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Tommy.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Aussie.
Anything to help out a buddy.
So,
yes,
man. I was already a stream. I got called back to Superior Court.
Yeah.
When Daza was arguing, he was arguing the case about the buffer zone again to the judge. So,
what did you get?
I mean, I don't know. You know.
Yeah, I think I'm going to lunch. Go ahead.
Yeah, we figured that, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, please. Jared, follow me.
Why did they call you in though, Tommy? I don't understand why they called you in.
He wants me. Me and Mark had a really good conversation this morning. Really good conversation.
Are you at Crescent Ridge right now?
Of course I am, Mike.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mike.
Go ahead.
No. Listen, speaking of Crescent Ridge, you know anybody there?
No.
There was an incident.
Go ahead.
Another
Crescent
incident.
Ridge. Yeah. So we have to go golfing there and figure out what happened.
Okay.
All right. So you didn't finish telling me why you got called into court. Was Raza asking you to be a witness to something?
He was asking me to testify. He wanted me to get on the stand and testify as to what happened. So I had a nice long discussion with him this morning, and we're both on the same page when we want what's best for the people, right? We want people to be able to come and hang out and you know, this protest and shit. We're not burning flags. We're not lighting fires and barrels and burning cars. We're supporters. There's a difference. And I had to correct him a couple times. And he gets it now. As much as I try to get like his legal part, Mike, trespass. You ready for this? This will blow your mind.
What's up?
Press is something you do, not who you are.
Okay.
What's this press pass stuff? It just comes down to a stupid pass. I am the press. Press is what you do. That's what we do, Mike. We bring the content to people. That's press. Whether it's written form. Listen, we could transcribe this whole thing today with me, you, and Aussie, and just friggin' give it to the Wall Street Journal or New York Times. Print it. Okay. That's the only difference. It's written, printed.
Well, look, Kate Peters sends New York Times shit and they print it. So, what the heck?
Right. I mean, Aussie, why can't we do a quick, even a 20-minute deal, right? And talk about what happened and do that. Send it to the New York Times. Have GXP freaking make out a transcript and just send it in. Yeah. Please print this as an op-ed.
Yeah.
So what happened?
It's independent media, and they're taking the place of mainstream media because mainstream media refuses to report the truth now. They used to be the fifth estate, the ones that keep the government in check, but now it's us.
Right. We're the only ones now. Oh, that's it. It's us.
So what happened with you?
Nothing. I got there and they called him first. There were 3 other cases. So by the time I got there, he had already argued the case.
I'm just going to be away from the keyboard for 1 second. I am listening, though.
Yeah. So he just argued the case, Mike. You know what I'm saying? Like how the buffer zone is just a wrong thing to have in general, and it's you know
You're breaking up.
he argued that, and can you hear me now?
Yes.
He just argued the case that there should be no buffer zone at all. And he's right. Why is there a buffer zone? Why are people getting arrested for being on a sidewalk across the street from the courthouse, not impeding anybody? Eric was just walking down across the street, dude. She wasn't doing anything.
So what happened? So what's the end result? What's the final outcome here?
Continued. He's got to write a brief.
So he got in front of a judge today, a state judge.
Yes. Said I think it's I think it's somewhere that Superior Court he was in front of.
Are you being charged with trespassing?
No.
Okay.
No. I was thinking, why would I be sent there? Why would I be summoned, right? But it comes down, he wanted me as a witness. He wanted to put me on the stand.
Right.
To the judge to explain what happened. And he's got video. He's got pictures.
Right.
You know, he's got everything he needs.
You still have to go Thursday, though, right?
Oh yeah. That's a not miss. No. That's a big one, and it's bigger than you think. Other people, because of what happened to Erica, other people have said, "What the hell is going on?" And it's just because of what happened to Erica. Somebody had to get arrested. I hate to say it, but somebody had to get arrested for this to get to the places and the people it had to get to, right? So, yeah, it's interesting, Mike. This is big, Mike. I'm telling you, we're in the front row. We don't even see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we don't even see it. And you know what? How much of this, right? You talk about confirmation bias, Mike. How much of this have we just let go because it's just normal behavior, even though it's not right
Right.
behavior.
Yeah. We're brainwashed to thinking this is okay now because we've been doing it for so long. Yeah.
Yes, and we become accustomed to it.
Yeah. So Erica was arrested for what? Wearing the wrong shirt again or resisting arrest?
She was she was wearing a sweatshirt in the buffer zone that was critical of Norfolk. The sweatshirt said criminals control Norfolk County.
But she was
Had
let
nothing
go with it
to do with Karen
yesterday,
Reed.
right?
Yeah, she got arrested yesterday. Yes.
But the day before that, she was let go.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
All right. All right. Interesting.
Yeah. Really.
You want to get your order?
Yep. Mike knows. My coffee frap with the banana in it.
Jeez, that's your second one today, dude.
No, I had one yesterday. That was it. That's all I had. Hi, can I get a coffee frap with a banana in it, please?
Yeah, anything else?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Sorry. How's your day going?
Yes.
Good.
All right, it'll be $8.75.
Like your sweatshirt. Yeah, she was arrested for trespassing.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Erica was just a trespass. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And then this morning, she went in front of the judge and there was no prosecutor. So they have to get a special prosecutor. Super special prosecutor, I guess.
It was peanut butter, right?
No, coffee frap with the banana. Thank you. So they couldn't find one. So they said, they tell her come back Friday. She's like, I got plans Friday. It's a long weekend. What are you talking about? Come back Friday. You out of your mind? And the judge is like, yeah, you got a point. I don't think I'll be here either. So, you know, they can't make you, I don't think they can make you come into court if you're scheduled to have anything personal like that. Family trip, family personal days, recovery days, whatever. They can't make you come in. It has to be scheduled.
Tommy, I got a question for you. In Judge Bev's
Yeah,
order,
I can hope.
this is something that Aiden pointed out. In Judge Bev's order, it says that anyone who is arrested for breaking her court order can immediately
See a judge.
see a judge, basically. Has anyone had that yet?
No.
I know Erica asked for it yesterday though, and they didn't give it to her.
Isn't it
She asked for it yesterday?
She did, yes.
Isn't it a fait accompli anyway? If you get arrested, you get put before a judge anyway. Like it's
Yes.
a fait accompli. Like she stayed in the fucking obvious, really, isn't she?
Right. So, I mean, she's not even following her buffer zone rules. Federal judge is going to love that.
Yeah, this is fucked.
Yeah,
I mean, we're gonna find more discrepancies like that. That stuff like that's gonna matter. All she did is rewrite the buffer zone rules with different words.
She wrote the same thing, but she added some more freedom inside the buffer zone. That's pretty much all she did. But she is in contempt of the First Circuit sending it back to her. So she answered within the 24 hours that she was required to. That part she did, but she didn't address what they asked her to address.
So here's $1 million question. At what point does this become monetary? At what point?
As soon as you want to make it that way.
What are you talking
As soon as
about?
they put the cops, as soon as Erica can get, if they arrested Erica under false pretense like they did, can she get money out of that for them taking her freedom?
Yes.
Like money. Can she sue them? Well, Mike, you'd be surprised. Is it worth the juice worth the squeeze, right?
When it comes to suing, that's civil, and when it's civil, you have to prove damage. Damage, either financial damage or emotional damage.
Emotional, yeah.
Yeah, or physical, physically, emotionally, or monetary. So those are the requisites for a civil case.
Because I don't see anything Hartman did to me ever coming to anything like that.
Well,
I just don't see it. Doesn't see it happening.
I don't see the civil side of it holding up, but I do see the constitutional side of it holding up.
Right. So the only thing that we can gain here is more freedom for not just us, but for everybody. So that is, I want people to know, that's the reason that we're doing this. It is for everybody's freedom. It ain't for money, because we ain't ever gonna see money out of it. I don't see it.
Right. Because it's
You know what I mean?
federal, it's constitutional, then it's for everybody. That's right.
Right. So, like, if people think that it's like this is for money, it absolutely is not. It's the last thing here. It's all about getting access and showing support for a person who happens to be highlighting the exact problem that we're trying to fix.
Yeah, and if you don't sue civilly, then all their claims that you're doing it for money all falls apart anyway. So don't sue civilly and just stick to the program.
Bingo. It's kind of that simple, isn't it? I don't know. I hope everybody sees it. It's kind of that simple, and I just hope everybody that's out there kind of hears it and gets it too. You know.
I think so. It's pretty fucking obvious.
Yeah. Kind of. To us. So.
Was there a lot of people still down there?
No.
Okay.
No. No.
All right, I gotta take the dogs out and stuff. You got this, Tom, for a bit? Aussie, whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. We're good.
Awesome.
Listen,
You're good,
I'm gonna Mike. I'm gonna text you what we need to do research on.
Oh yeah, go ahead, send it to me.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Okay.
Thanks.
Norman, to answer your question, we already know that the 1162 trigger event happened whilst the vehicle was in state police hands. So literally everything this witness is saying is moot. It's moot for multiple reasons. It's moot because of that, but it's also moot because there's no validation that any of this data came from any of the devices they're claiming it came from. That was just to answer Norman Corey's question.
But Aussie, if they went and they tested her vehicle like they claim they would have, wouldn't that create a trigger event if there was a trigger event to happen?
Well, that's exactly what they're showing us, is they're testing.
Right.
They're not showing us her actual triggered events. Here's the two things that are weird, all right? First of all, the timestamps. There's no timestamps. And I know that the CAN bus system records timestamps for everything. I know that it does. I know that that's...
It has to. It has to.
Right. The Toyota documentation tells you that timestamps are recorded in the CAN bus system. Now, they could have drift. That's true, because they're not synced to any primary server like the phone is.
Right. No, I'll give you that.
They could have drift, but you need the fucking timestamp first to tell them it's not. And they omitted all the timestamps.
Then you can't find out. And how do you know if it's drifting?
Right. This
no
guy
time.
he's conflating what he sees in the infotainment system, which is a completely different clock system, to the CAN bus system. That's where the airbag control module gets its time from, is from the CAN bus system. The vehicle's clock is whatever you set it at. Like, you can get in your car and go, that time's not right, I'm resetting it. And I'll tell you what the proof of that is. When he shows the exemplar vehicle dash infotainment system screenshot, the local time and the UTC time are exactly the same. And that's your proof. That's your proof, because you're buying this car from Lexus. You can set it to your local time. So it can be manually set. He's showing you proof of that by showing you the UTC and local time are exactly the same. I think it says 10 p.m., 2200 hours or something. But the point is, the CAN bus system is on a different clock to the infotainment system. It's on a completely different clock. So trying to fuzz the data, saying what I'm seeing in the infotainment system matches up with, you know, something in the clock system from the CAN bus, the airbag control module, he said. That's not true. That's not true. They can't, because they're on different clock systems. He doesn't know what the drift is, because it's got ripped out.
Tell people what the CAN bus system is. Some people don't know what that is. To me, I'll tell you real quick. See if I think I know what it is. It's a system that runs front to back, that shares the data between, like, it's the main hub sharing all the data amongst the whole compute from all the computers. Not all of them, but a lot of them are connected with that system, like a network.
It's a network, right? So all the other chips on the machine, on the vehicle that he showed the diagram of, he showed the airbag system, the infotainment system, the front mechanism or sensor that sets off your airbags.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Those airbags.
All them little boxes they all look at the same spot to get the time.
Right. The central black box is the CAN bus. And they all hold this data.
Right.
So I might be the.
I hope you guys get it.
I might be the sensor in the side door, and I feel a impact or a change or a yaw pitch change. I will go out and say, Mr. CAN bus, can I please have the timestamp and all the other data of all the other shit that's going on in the car when I sense that yaw pitch change, and so then it will collate its data according to what the CAN bus replied. That's basically
so a triggering event would be if you told that system you're okay within 3 degrees. The minute it goes to 6 degrees, it's gonna say one of the things is it's for the timestamp.
Because Tommy cut out, I'll just fill that in. If the system says after 3 degrees we're going to make a trigger event, then 3.1 degrees is when the trigger event will occur. It will go out and poll the CAN bus system. What the hell's going on everywhere else when I detected that? Sorry, Tommy, you're cutting in and out, so I'm trying to fill in the gaps.
Oh, you finished it perfect. I love that. That's perfect. Aussie, right on the money. Wow, we couldn't have done that better. But yeah, it's when a sensor reaches a certain point that they tell it, a threshold, one of the things it sends out is give me the time. And among other things, it checks with the other systems, and then it checks to make sure the car's like not upside down. You know, stupid stuff.
And then when you
the OnStar, is it activated, right?
Right. When you do an OBDS download of that system, you're basically getting the information from the CAN bus, and then the other things that are recorded by the other sensors are all sent back to the CAN bus. So you're just basically downloading the CAN bus system. The other systems are real-time measurements happening in real time. They're actually stored in a different place, which the CAN bus has access to. It's part of the CAN bus. The CAN bus is one chip divided into two. Part of it's storage, and the other part of it is the replying to the code that replies.
Answering requests.
Yeah.
It just answers requests. That's all. Man, I hope our chat is getting it, because you guys can now understand what they're at least talking about. And at least some of it may make sense to you. And you'll realize this is a hack job. This is a total freaking Karen Reed, like, convict her at all costs, just move the data,
It's pretty clear
The
what
time.
they've done. Like, just the sequence of what
it's-
they've done. They
Yes.
say let's remove any type of verification and chain of custody. Let's remove that first.
Mhm.
That's the first. Get rid of all of that. Destroy the chips so that can't be polled by the defense. They can't get an order from the court to get access to it. Destroy the chips. Destroy
Yep.
the original extractions that even if they got hold of verification, they still can't, because we destroyed all that as well. Destroy all the data and then rebuild our own timelines from that. That's exactly what they've done. It's not even a
by the way, she's guilty.
yeah, and by the way,
It's sickening. Yeah, it's sickening. It really is, and I'm embarrassed about this whole thing.
Right, from a
Like me and Mark and Daza. Oh, you there?
yeah, from a data perspective, I agree with you. It's embarrassing to watch because it's so simple what
Yeah.
they done. They went, here's the fake data. We're just going to hand that out to everyone, including defense, and you'll got to work with the fake data.
And you and I both know somebody sat there, pulled out all the data from that system, and hit the delete key. They did it on purpose. There's no other reason. Not an accident.
I
No.
had been hoping that there was some backup of all this original data somewhere, and it just somehow someone with a conscience went, well, I know where that is, and I'm just going to hand it all over. That's what I had been hoping that we'd see the actual real data at some point.
Right.
The actual
Well-
real Lexus info, the actual real phone extractions.
Listen, I'll tell you one thing. The brand new McLarens, if you get into an accident, it trips a switch that shuts the electric motor off. Well, okay, it's got a gas motor, but guess what? It uses the electric motor to start the gas motor. And if you don't have access to Lamborghini's interface, you're not going to get in to tell the car, hey, we replaced the sensor, the crash sensor that tripped, that shut everything off for safety. We put a new one in, and you have to register it with the car. You have to add it to its MAC address to the whole system, or the car doesn't work. $5 million. So there's places in the Lexus system that we don't even have access to. They don't have access to. This guy here, hopefully not, that data may reside.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like from Lexus corporate. Like, they know where the data is.
Hey, this is where it's going to fall apart, all right? The Toyota documentation on how this all works is going to be introduced by ARCA, because the Commonwealth has opened the door for that, because they're putting these witnesses on the stand with these ridiculous experiments that don't align with the Toyota documentation. They've opened the door for that. So now we got ARCA.
Mhm.
ARCA is definitely going to put all of this to rest. They're going to tell the jury the timestamps come from the CAN bus. There's no timestamps. The documentation says in a forensic environment, this is how you would calculate time drift. They're going to show
Right.
you the Toyota documentation. So they're going to straighten all of this out. And then the other thing I pointed out, which you were probably in court when I said that, was that I think Brennan has the record keeper from Amazon coming up who will verify. Oh, shit, I forgot what she's verifying. What was the Amazon timestamps for?
I forget.
Remind
I
me
know.
that. It's cloud
chat's
data.
good.
It's cloud data for. I don't know. It just fell out of my freaking head. Hang on. Let me find it for you. The keeper keeper of records from Amazon. But John's ring cam data. Ring camera data. Yeah. That's what she'll verify, whether the 507 timestamp when Karen reversed out the driveway is actually correct according to their cloud data. If she verifies that that data is correct, that event at 507 actually did happen and it matches their cloud records, she's also going to have to explain how shit went missing. Like the recordings, the ring cam took of her arriving home that night, or
Right. All the stuff before that. Where's all that ring footage that John saved? He had an account that allows you to save ring camera footage.
Yeah. So I don't know what to expect from the keeper of records at Amazon. I do expect that some shit's not going to add up. That's my expectation. But Hanky put in, I think it was the last week or the week before, a motion to fit her in at the last minute, which I think is this week sometime.
Bossy, you and I know when them servers at Amazon, when they check the UTC, right, the clock, the atomic clock, right, the atomic clock.
Yeah.
The servers check that clock to update the BIOS, to update the software.
Right, and that's something that the Lexus doesn't have, right?
No, not well, unless it goes into a dealership, right? The new dealerships, when you pull in, you remotely connect to the dealership. The car connects to the dealership and gives a progress report. By the time you're up, you pull into the bay. It's like a drive-through. They've made it almost a drive-through now, and there's that much communication through the car to the corporate. It goes through the dealership to Audi, to Audi corporate and back.
Right.
So if those servers are down, it won't connect. All them servers it travels through to get that data, they all get the time from the same place along that whole path, right? Servers on the net, they have to connect.
Well, here's the thing. What I found out about the Lexus 570, the 2021 model, is that Lexus was going through a major cloud server, like new integration. And so during that crossover period when they were going to this new integration, they made it possible for Lexus owners to disconnect everything from their systems and not record anything on the cloud because they were doing that crossover system. So from what I understand, the new safety laws triggered something somewhere along the line for them to have to update their system. This was in the 2021, 2022 period, like towards the end of 2021. And so they gave all the Lexus owners the ability to disconnect from that system, that cloud system. I don't know if it's still like today, but that was just a bit of research that I did.
I think, Aussie, even if you have like Blue Link, or we can remotely start your vehicle with an app, right? Some of the new cars have that. They have apps that you start your own car, turn the AC on, turn the heat on. That has to go through the internet, which is all timestamped the same freaking time.
With world clock servers, correct?
Yes.
And the same thing applies to their dash cameras and their body cam footage. It's also synced to a world clock as well.
Bingo. They have to. How can they not?
The only thing that's not is the internal clock of the this particular Lexus.
Well, okay, I'll give you that because it may not just be, it may just be a dumb system, and that's easy. Remember the old green screen machines, the old like DOS ones, the old DOS machines.
It comes back to monotonic time where you're just counting seconds from the last power on.
Yes, yes,
just counting
that's
seconds,
right.
basically.
So it's just holding time a different way. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
I agree.
I mean,
Totally.
most devices do have that system, but it's generally used for like I can understand in the Lexus system that it would use the monotonic time for example, the mapping system in the infotainment system. I can
Okay.
understand that because in the mapping, you're going to measure how long it takes you to get from point A to point B. First, you're going to estimate it, and then you're going to actually measure it while you're traveling it. So
Okay.
that would make sense to use a stopwatch for that rather than an actual clock. So it depends on the application of what you're going to do with that clock, right?
Yes.
So
So, I
sometimes
mean-
you're better off with a stopwatch, and sometimes you're better off with a clock.
And again, I don't know why they're arguing this. It shouldn't be an argument. I mean, Karen, when she connected to the system, that's the time. That's the time.
On her phone.
That's the time when she got there.
When she connects to her system, it's her phone time that's the one that's more accurate because it's connected to a world clock server. We've got an actual real world baseline to work from.
And that's the time. So why can't we go from there backwards? Just like everything else does. We can count the seconds backwards, right?
Well,
to her vehicle travel.
No, that's actually how we got here. They're
Yeah.
counting shit backwards. We got here by that method. They're counting shit. They're backwards engineering rather than looking at the actual timestamps in the system. So that's exactly how we got here, by backwards engineering.
Are people seeing this? Hope people are understanding this. And this guy's up there explaining this to us.
To answer, jeepers, whose question was it? Oh my God, we were in the middle of something else and I was asked about VBox. Micah asked, what do you make of them using VBox on the exemplar vehicle versus a forensic extraction device? I don't know what to make of that at this point in time. But I'll think about it because I'm not sure I actually understood when he used the VBox expression, but let me just go. I've just lost a heap of freaking notes. Oops. I'll let you know what I think about VBox. I need to look into it a little bit more just to work out what it is. But if you're saying that the data, I just don't see how the exemplar vehicle has anything to do with the time drift on Karen's vehicle because it's all different.
Right.
Because it depends how long her vehicle been running for, how long has when was her last battery changed, where they actually had to all the power to everything.
You know what? That's what they freaking did, them assholes. Because when they brought Karen's car back out in front of 34 Fairview, I noticed the hood was open. I'm like, why is the freaking hood open? I guarantee they freaking disconnected the battery. They had to. If they, you know what I mean? But they didn't put it back.
That brings us back to why there's not thousands of records in the event log history where the key cycles are. There should be thousands of records in there.
Exactly. From the day it was born, 00001.
Right. So let's say anytime John drove the vehicle, that's a difference in driving. So it would have triggered an event because he drives
Absolutely.
he drives like a lady. So anytime someone different drove it, anytime her mechanic was in there doing whatever, so there should be records. And the only way you can really delete that, well, there's two ways, right? So you disconnect the battery and that makes it readjust back to factory default, but it doesn't delete the key cycle. The only way you can delete those key cycles is probably zapping out the device. Like, for example, if you put your terminals on backwards, that can fuck up your data in your camera system.
But the only way and I wonder if are they able to, if they're able to write backwards to that device, it's just a matter of swapping files. Taking the file, right? Opening it in an editor, edit it, and then having that edit just reflash on top of whatever's there. I know you can do it to computers. You can flash BIOS. Is there a key cycle or a keystroke or a set of combinations that allows you to reset that to factory back to default?
No.
Okay. All right. I don't hear anyone ask that question.
Right. The only way that I know of, like, there's no factory supplied way of doing it, but I do know just from having a similar system in my Toyota that if you don't put your battery connection, your jumper leads on the battery the right way, you can jump start a vehicle by putting your connectors on differently. I think it's
yes.
negative. You have to go negative first and then positive. Go earth it out first and then put your positive on. If you don't do that, for example, you can reset your clock. And I don't know if that can go back to resetting your CAN bus, but what I do know is if you put them on backwards, like you put negative to positive and positive to negative and then spark the system, you could probably cause a reset, like a zero out of the data. But what it looks like to me, that they have gone in with a device and zeroed out the data. That's what it looks like to me.
I believe that too. I think that is true. And the minute they pull that data out and put it in Excel, it's all over. There's no way you can verify the data.
Right. Well, once it's in Excel, it's an editable sheet, so you're not verifying anything. So on the VBox, VBox is a video-based data logging system made by Race Logic. It's primarily used in motorsports and automotive testing, not forensic science. It syncs video footage with GPS-based speed and position data. So that's probably why he used it, and can log data time based on internal GPS clocks. Well, he's not using that. He's just giving it data, not internal clocks. So what it's good for, calibrating brake distance, acceleration, and vehicle dynamics, situational visual testing with matched sensor data, creating synchronized visuals for test environments like infotainment screens, road movement, and driver actions. What it is not is it's not a certified forensic acquisition tool. It doesn't generate cryptographic hash verification of raw data. It has no chain of custody protocol. It does not log.
So what it is it's just raw. It's just data spit out. It's not certified. This is exact data on this paper.
It does not log low-level system data, nor does it interact with a car's ECU, BCM, or infotainment system directly. It doesn't do any of that. Why this undermines Burgess's method. Burgess used VBox to film the screen and manually log the delay between ignition and infotainment startup, claiming it always booted 3 seconds later.
No.
That is subjective.
No, that's
eyeballing it. It's not validated by.
If you put your phone contacts in your infotainment system, I guarantee you when it turns on slower.
Right, the fuller it gets.
Yes, it has to. It's got to make sure everything is sorted and ready to be indexed, and yeah, we're good to go. What do you want us to do?
Right.
Like it's got to get ready. That data.
Sorry.
No. I'm just throwing stuff out there right now.
It's not validated by Toyota or supported by OEM documentation. It's not synchronized with any internal vehicle clock. It just logs GPS timestamps of what it sees, not what the car is doing internally. And where are we? What he should have used is CAN bus sniffers. Vehicle Spy is one brand, or Intrepid Neo 6 to log actual vehicle message timestamps from the infotainment controller, or direct NAND extraction with hash verification for the SD card data. I think he did do that part. OEM diagnostic tools or debug consoles to observe real-time boot sequences. He didn't do any of that because they fucked it all up and blanked it.
Right. So the boot time sequence, people, is how long it takes that infotainment system to turn itself on and be ready for you to access. Because there's a set time, and he's trying to measure that time, and you can't.
Right. He's doing it by eye too. Like, that's such a crappy way of doing shit. He's looking at for example, Karen's vehicle pulling into the Reed's driveway and then counting seconds until the lights go off. There's no way for him to tell when the off switch was pressed. Like, sitting in there for seconds, half a minute with the motor running.
No, he can't tell when the kill signal set because there's a delay. Even though it's a 10-second delay, it's not 10 seconds. It's 9.4 or it's 10.98. I mean, it's not 10 seconds.
Not including.
And if it was, you're not eyeing it.
That's not including the amount of time it sat idle before he pressed the off button. The driver pressed the off button.
How strong was the battery in the remote control? How sending the signal? I want to turn it on. It may only get a little bit. Oh, I know what you want me to do. I get the rest of it. Man. Aussie, what are we doing here with these fucking people? Are they that dumb?
Look, it'll all come together in the defense's case in chief. They'll iron all of this out. Like, they will run the jury's heads into the ground so that they don't actually know what's going on. And then they will fix it all up in the case in chief for the defense. And hopefully stick to, some simple explanations, like none of the data that was analysed by anybody the Commonwealth hired was verified. Therefore, we don't know what they were analysing. They might have been analysing pie in the sky data. We don't know because it wasn't verified.
Right.
There you go. Jury can get that. Everybody understands that, right?
Yeah. It's kind of that easy.
It is that easy.
Albert, just so you know, there's video of the incident. When Hartman said, "Get back," I started running backwards. And every time he said back, I went backwards faster. I didn't understand. Like, I thought there was like a bomb or something, but he was saying, just get back. So I was going backwards. He was saying, back, 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 back. He didn't say across the street, cross the street, cross the street. So I started backpedaling. And then I was not running, but I was backpedaling faster. But that dude's got like a bigger stride. So he caught up faster than I could walk fast backwards. And he took me across the street.
Right.
And it's all on video.
I was waiting for Aiden to address that bloody picture in the bottle store. I was waiting for it. He says, "Can we please stop saying that pictures like this are fake or that it's not Grey Goose in a bag? It makes it sound like there would be wrong with this picture if it wasn't fake. The correct response is both people in this picture are over the age of 21 and responsible adults and are allowed to have a drink and dinner."
Aussie, can you just for a second imagine the stress that poor girl's under? She did nothing wrong and they're putting murder charge on her. I think she's entitled to a drink whenever the fuck she wants, man. Hands down. I mean, nobody that I know could handle this with the grace and the confidence that this lady could. This is I don't see it. Thank God they picked her because it was the wrong one to pick. And she's the reason we're all here. And unfortunately, she's the example. She's the example of exactly why we're trying to get this shit fixed. We need to figure out what's wrong before we can fix it. And this is everything that's wrong is being played out right in front of our eyes. To the judge, to the prosecution, to the DA, to the cops. It's all being played out. We just got to be able to see it.
This is the point that he's making, actually. that the trial obviously isn't going well for the McAlberts, and this is their line of attack.
It's that simple too. I mean, in the power they have, they're going to let Brian Walsh walk free. They're trying to throw out the Google search. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, yeah.
The guy pretty much hurt his wife, and they're going to let him walk.
I think that what they're trying to do is destroy AJ's marriage, which isn't going to work. You know, it takes a bit more than rumors to destroy a marriage, doesn't it?
No. Did you hear what happened to poor Dr. Wolf from ARCA? They attacked him and his wife because he told the truth and did his job. Isn't that horrible? All the trolls went and attacked him and his wife. And there's no need for that. But yet, you know, here we are. It happened.
Right.
So, again, we're blessed. We're blessed to be where we're at. Man, Stoughton's got problems. Stoughton's the next town we got to look at, people. Trust me. Yeah. Her Apple Watch has a whole different time altogether than the Lexus in ways than Google Maps, and everyone's got a different time, dude. Yeah, that's the thing, right?
Albert, that's not true. Albert Norder, if Apple gives everyone the source code, and
Then there's no Apple.
then no, it's not just that there's no Apple, it's that all the privacy that we do have is gone. So
Right.
Apple doesn't do this shit because they're trying to protect their privacy. Yeah, the government keeps digging into their shit and trying to make them do
Hence
stuff.
why every year they release a new phone with new software, new security. They have to go back to Celebrate and fix it to see if they can hack into it and figure out, oh, they put the data here. Look over here to get this.
Right.
Yep.
They play ball to an extent where they have to because it's a government, but then they pull up and say, no, while we still got this law for our privacy, you don't get what you're asking for. So they've still got a line. But they do cross that line in some ways, like especially with commercial advertising, for example. Apple makes a lot of money out of commercial advertising. And so they do like to track what we're looking at, what we're buying, what we're doing, because that gives them that commercial advantage. They might give in that's got a commercial advantage to them. But our privacy, protecting our privacy, they've always been the stalwarts for that. In fact, the companies that we always stuck by because they were the stalwarts are no longer the stalwarts. They all gave in. So,
Well, what do you think is going to happen now that all these insurance companies that he worked for, but now that they find out he's really a fraud, what do you think they're going to do?
yeah. What is he going to do? I don't know.
No, what the insurance companies? He worked for and this guy Manchin worked for insurance companies. He did the investigation. Yeah, yeah. The car did this. The car did that. Guilty. He got money from people because of his knowledge. Supposedly.
All of the anti rumors have fallen apart here. They were like, oh, there's going to be more data on those chips. Nope, it wasn't any of the chips. There was no more data.
Yeah.
And your dude
Ain't that funny?
It's wrong.
Better yet, what did Alessi said that he got 8 megabytes instead of 8 gigabytes
That was the rumor.
of data or something like that. Yeah.
Megabytes of new data. It was megabytes and
He
megabits.
Right, he pulled out and never even looked at it. Like, what? No.
It's just crazy. But the beautiful thing is that all their rumors are falling apart. Nathan works for Lexus, and therefore he
Oh yeah, remember that?
He key cycled the on-off button and wiped the data. No, key cycling the on-off
Right.
button resets the fucking key. It doesn't do anything else. That's what the manual says.
I forgot about that rumor. That was a good one. I forgot about that.
Yeah, you only had to
Wow.
open up the Lexus thing, how to program a new key fob. press the on off button heaps of times.
And I
Ta-da!
can't, it's like they're jealous of not having a brother like that. I swear, it's like they don't like the fact that he's so good to his sister. It's I'm convinced of it. There's no other reason. Nathan hasn't done nothing. The dude don't even really talk. I don't get it. I mean, he just stands by his sister.
He wasn't in on the call chain that they're trying to say between mum and dad. So I don't know why they keep throwing him in under the bus like that.
I don't either. It's bizarre, isn't it? Why pick on the poor guy Nathan? What did he do?
Yeah. What did he do?
Right. Yeah, he worked on behalf of the insurance companies denying claims based on his interpretation of the data of accidents and stuff. This car was going this fast, blah 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 blah.
Yeah. A lot of people are getting a little confused with the screenshot of the dashboard of the exemplar Lexus because it shows 10 p.m. on the clock for local time and UTC time, and you can see through the windscreen that it's actually daylight. Everybody's going, oh my God, it's not dark out, but that's not what's happening there. What's happening is local time and UTC time are set to Greenwich Meridian mean time, right? They're set to a central time. What's it called?
There's one spot, the Greenwich Mean Time. Everybody, even ships use it to navigate.
Right.
The geosynchronous satellites use it up there.
Right. So if there's zero adjustment for local time, then it's Greenwich Meridian or UTC. They're both the same thing. But if you say, I live in Australia, so you have to minus 10 from that, that will give you a different time of the day, 10 hours earlier. That particular screenshot actually does show north and west longitude and latitude coordinates. That actually puts him in Arizona. So I think it's minus 7 hours for Arizona. Therefore, it is 3 p.m. on that clock.
Gotcha.
So it's supposed to be daylight, but everyone's getting a little sidetracked.
Right. Yeah, that's a dead end road. We don't need to go down that way.
What that does show us, though, is that the local time says 21:48:08 and the UTC time says 21:48:08. That means it hasn't been synced to local time, or the local time would be minus 3 hours. So he never synced it to local time to show you that difference in the time, obviously, because he's in Arizona and it would sync to Arizona time. But what that proves is that it's user initiated. When you've got a user controllable clock, you cannot tell whether that clock was supposed to be on the right time or not. It's different from the clock syncing itself to a world server, right?
Well, you know, here's my thing, Aussie. You know, the more I think about the data, and this just came at me. If they have if they have her actually putting that vehicle in reverse, traveling in reverse at any speed, and then she would have to put it into neutral and then into drive, right? And that would say, okay, let's go. So it would all be on the same key cycle to include her driving through. Remember, she hit her brakes at that light? There's video of her driving by through an intersection. She taps on her brakes. That would be recorded in the whole log file.
Not if she drives like that normally. If she tapped the brakes harder than normal, then yes, it would trigger.
It was snowing out, right?
What you have to understand is that that system is learning her driving technique. Once it's Once it's learned her driving technique, it's only things that she does outside of her normal driving technique that trigger it. But it's got to learn that first. So you got to drive your car for a period of time for it to actually learn, okay, this is your driving technique. And the example I always give is that I drive my car and my son drives my car. Whenever he gets in it, it drives differently after he's been in it because he drives it differently to me. So it's learning his driving style. Then it switches back to my driving style. For the first little bit, it's like doing weird shit. And I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, it's an adaptive fuel curve. So when he gets in the car, he gives it a little more gas than you do. So the fuel air mixtures are all going to change. So it must write that, and it must look back to the last so many, and then it says, yep, he's been driving the last 10 times. This is who's driving it. Driver one.
And so then when I get in it, that's going to trigger an event because I'm not driving it the way he did.
Correct.
So,
yep.
And vice
And
versa.
you'll be driver two.
When I've been driving it all week and then he jumps in it, that triggers an event because he drives it
Bingo.
differently. So basically, yeah, it's only going to record events where she's driving differently or someone else gets in the car and they're driving differently. So there's still only 30 events, which means that the life of the car, it had to have thousands of events. It couldn't have been 30.
Did we ever think we'd be talking about this much technology in vehicles nowadays? We're talking Jetson stuff here. People.
Hey,
this
guess what I learned
Jetsons.
yesterday? I was like really surprised. I was at the mechanic shop yesterday and doing the small talk while the dude's like checking my car out. And the ladies were talking about the water lines were cold today, or for that morning, because we've had warm days but cold nights. We're just coming on to winter. The water lines were cold, and I said to her, "You know how I know that it's coming on to winter? When I get it out of the tap and I get a brain freeze from it." And she laughed and she said, "You know how I know?" I was like, "How do you know?" She said, "We start getting like we get a flood of calls. Everyone's batteries are dead." And I was kidding. Wait a minute. Those are those are lead batteries.
Right.
We know that we know that, and I explained to her, I'm covering a case where we're talking about lithium batteries and the chemical composition changing and they die in the cold. But I'm now learning from you that lead batteries do too. So that was interesting. Interesting.
Listen, didn't Karen drove her vehicle to Jen McCabe's house in the morning? Yes?
Yep.
Did Jen McCabe drive her vehicle home because she was distraught?
Someone drove her vehicle home. I forget who actually drove it home, but I don't think it was
She drove it. She drove it. That would trigger an event. She drove it. She's a different driver than Karen because she'd have to adjust the seat and everything like that. She's taller by a lot. So she'd have to mess with the seat and everything.
And then Nathan drove it the next day back to
Correct.
retail.
Yes.
So,
3 people.
Something else that someone pointed out to me yesterday was when Nathan drove the vehicle out of One Meadows back to Dighton, did you see him brush the snow off the taillights?
No, I didn't even. I didn't even notice it.
Apparently,
oh my God.
There's precariously placed hair there where he brushed the snow off those taillights.
Of course. With a snow brush? Tell me he used a snow brush.
No, he just had his gloves on and
okay. Well, maybe
it off.
Did he have fur on the inside of his gloves? No, you know how they put like the fur, like the lamb's fur and stuff on the inside, around the edges.
Fiber, you're right. It could have been the fiber off his gloves.
Just like that, they put like the liner on the inside so it's soft around the wrist. Or am I wrong, people?
No, you're getting too far into it. The
but again, I mean, that morning, 3 people drove that Lexus.
Right, and that should have triggered
3 different sized people. Yes, by a lot.
It should have triggered
Nathan's maybe a little bit taller than Karen, maybe the same, maybe a little bit smaller. So I know they seat different in the vehicle. I know that. So there's 3 times that seat was moved. If you can get to that seat control module, right, that memorizes the seat position, They'll tell you who's drove it when and what time.
I can't speak to that because mine's manual, but I got to
Yeah.
adjust it every time my son's been in it, and he gets in after me, and his knees are up around his neck. He's like, ah.
Yeah. Her dad drove it, he said.
To Dighton, yes. I knew
Yep.
someone drove it. Someone different than her drove it to Dighton. I just
Yeah, so even so, her father's even taller than Jen McCabe. So
Right.
that's still three people, three different driving habits.
Yeah, we know you mean Dighton, and your phone's correcting you, Nana.
Yeah. Yeah, we
know
get it.
the phone's sticking
Oh.
with. We know you mean Dighton.
Yeah. So this is pretty cool. We're figuring stuff out.
Bill, yeah, we got it, Mark. Thank you. I just the point wasn't exactly who drove it. The point was it wasn't Karen. So
We still got the fan going, right? It's been how long? More than an hour, hasn't it?
don't know. I haven't been timing it. I know I just got roused at because I'm like being loud, and it's 4:00 in the morning.
Wow. Well, it's 2:00 here, and Beverly's week. There's another hour and a half left. So they're gonna start this off with the sidebar, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Me too, Nina. I hate autocorrect as well. I turn it off. I don't use it. I just rather people work out my spelling errors because I speak Taiwanese fluently as I write it.
Yes, I know, huh?
But anyway, what haven't we discussed yet? Let me go over my notes. What haven't we talked about yet?
Boy, we've been pretty deep into the car.
Let's talk about the reverse gear. Okay, the Lexus records what gear changes, door opening and closing events, gear change events, all that sort of stuff. So if Brennan wants to change how long she was in reverse for before she, how long she was in, at first going forward, or drive going forward, before she switched to reverse, run over John, if he wants to change that, then he has to say that the tech stream data changed. You get what I'm saying? He's now saying it's 75 feet, whereas Trooper Paul says the data showed him that it was 65, 60, whatever feet, 2 feet.
Yeah, it was 62 feet.
He's got to somehow show us that reverse gear changed at a different time to what Trooper Paul said from that same data set.
And he's going to include the phone, the vehicle's data time logging drift.
Even if he adds 20 seconds to that, he still can't say that the gear shift happened at a different time to Trooper Paul, because Trooper Paul said it was at 12:45.
They can't say that for the fact that there's no hypothermia on the body. None. Zero. Not even on fingertips.
It's nothing to do with that. The tech stream data doesn't change. They extracted it. It says the same thing 2 years, 3 years ago as what it says today. It doesn't matter any other external thing. The tech stream data isn't changing while it's not in the car. The tech stream data says this is how far it traveled in reverse gear. If Hank wants to change that this year, then he has to change the tech stream data. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it doesn't matter what all the other things are around it that could prove it's not true. The fact is, the tech stream data is the tech stream data. Well, the day they extracted it is what it should be saying exactly today. The same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It should be the same as today. They shouldn't need to be shifting their timeline around because they've had that tech stream data since whenever they took the Lexus and did the tech stream data down. I forget the date.
Yeah, why change the time now? Why now?
Yeah.
They had this all last year, didn't they?
They've had it since they did the tech stream download.
Marino did that, right?
Greeno did it, and I think it was months after. I think it was like they had the car for like, I don't know, over a year before they did it or something. Lunch
Hi,
is
Mr. Brennan, whenever you.
All right, I'm gonna mute.
Back.
Sweet.
Welcome back, Mikey.
Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I want you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
Yeah, because it was him that told you were wrong. Duh.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described two text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the 3-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the 3-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the 3-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the 3-point turn, as well as the end of the 3-point turn as recorded in Mr.
Church
O'Keefe's
bells, that's
iPhone.
me, yeah.
Was it important
What
to
is the
identify the
GPS
beginning
drift
and end of that
factor?
event to come
I
to a
don't know. It's
conclusion
all news to me,
with a reasonable
Aussie.
degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between
I was asking
don't
him.
know.
text stream
Sorry.
data and Mr.
Oh,
O'Keefe's phone.
okay. I
Yes,
just know
there
that
was.
Hank Brennan's
So
talking
we
really
can't
fast.
say, we can pinpoint approximately when the 3-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using
this
is
shit.
the time that the 3-point turn starts to the time that the 3-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please?
What's the
Is
GPS
this part of
drift?
your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that 3-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you look at, and if you recall yesterday, the heading change, first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use
So-
your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
He's too fat. He's fucking taking up the whole screen.
So again, so this
Notice
green
how the
circle is
GPS
going to be,
circles are the width of the road now.
center of the circle is
When
gonna
they're
be the
Johns,
GPS
they're like
point
the size of
itself.
the fucking house.
That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle
Which is
represents
the
the
accuracy,
6
but
to 10 foot
inaccuracy, if
accuracy.
you like.
zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction. And then the GPS points after that also continue south with
Your
increasing speed.
1162 is
What
wrong.
part of the 3-point turn event
That's right.
does green circle signify?
Sure. So that's going to be the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the 3-point turn does that indicate?
Sure. So that's going to be approximately the end of the 3-point turn. And that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes. So that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
Where's John's
This
iPhone drift?
illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it
Minus
accurately
GPS drift.
reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of
Oh, so
precision
now
used
it's
when you
accurate.
create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data, or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would
Look how
zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
Wah, wah. Not without verification. It
Breaking
doesn't.
down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended. One of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this
Let's
is
talk
coming
about
from
the 8
Mr.
minutes.
O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chart or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. Let's start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that 3-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude.
It doesn't
did that
deny the
assist you in
3-point
making the
turn.
diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
It's not
So
even in
the
dispute.
latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is again the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
In the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree.
Did you verify any of the data, Mr. DFIR expert?
No, he's fucking done, dude.
Sure.
He's
So,
sweating
yes, I
now.
can.
So I'll see you inside that. Mr. Wilson.
Yeah. Unless he. Jimmy, couple of cocktails. Let's go. Unless he's going to crush this guy on redirect.
Yep, there's like a number of things now that he's
Oh,
stated.
he's not.
And
I
here's
think he
the
got
thing.
what. Go ahead.
Nobody's denying she did a 3-point turn. Nobody's denying that.
Yes.
What is in dispute is the timestamps. That's what's important because John's Waze data is 3 minutes behind all of those time points. So
That's
where
right.
he says 12:23, it's supposed to be 12:20. It's actually supposed to be 12:19 actually, but we'll give him 12:20 for the sake of argument. But where she does the actual U-turn, like if you work it out just by travel time and putting things back into logical sequence, it's
Mhm.
actually at 12:18 when John's on the phone with Jen McCabe and says, "Give me the address," and he puts it into his Waze app. He's there at that U-turn, doing that U-turn when he says finally gets the address out of Jen. Then somehow it takes them 8 minutes to get from that point around the corner. It's only a few hundred meters. It takes them 8 minutes to do that.
I know. Right. Math is not mathing.
Right. So their timestamps are not mathing at
Yeah.
all.
Okay.
That's what's in dispute, the timestamps, not that she did a U-turn.
I think Lou O'Connell thinks the same thing you're thinking right now. Either she's watching us. Look up. There you go. I'm right here. See me? Yep. There you go. And then, yep. Scratch your head. There you go. Look up again. And one more time. Thank you.
Yeah, your math ain't mathing, buddy.
She's actually watching this right now going, shit, they're right. I got to put this in my next tweet. And I swear to God, is Peg a statue? Because she hasn't moved from that position all day. And she's got those nice leggings on and just a half capri pant and just been chilling all day.
I don't know why
Paul-
she's even up the front.
Paul's
pulling-
staring over at the defense bench going, I'll kill all of you. I'll kill all of you.
in my next nude photo, I'm gonna.
I hear you. Oh, God. Come on, Teddy Daniels. I haven't been watching his tweets at all today. I can't imagine anybody's tweeting anything good because this has been ridiculous.
Yep.
Right?
I haven't been watching the tweets actually. Do you want me to look?
What's that?
Do you want me to look up Ted Daniels, see what he's tweeting?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Ted Daniels. Daniel. Sorry, everyone corrects me. It's Daniel, not Daniels.
Welcome to Boston.
I don't know. Where's his?
DePietro's taking he's farting right now. He's farting right into everybody. He's backwards. What is he doing? What's he doing back? Is he doing yoga? Who's he talking to? What is he doing? Oh my God. Is he doing a live stream right from there?
I don't think Ted Daniels has been in there for the afternoon. It looks like he hasn't tweeted anything for 4 hours by the looks of this.
I don't blame him, actually. I don't blame him.
So who else is in there? Sue. Is Sue in it?
Yeah, you can Sue if you want. It's Lou. We call her Lou O'Connell. I think John the Pete shit is doing a live stream right from the courthouse right now. He goes back to Beverly Canone. He's clenching his butt cheeks together. I don't know what's going on. Oh God. Oh, Lou, 2 phones. Look at her go. Jesus Christ. Look at 2 phones. She's got a burner phone and a regular phone. She's actually tweeting back to herself. One's her fake name, which is Lou O'Connell, and then she's got a real. Oh, you heard me. Sorry, Sue O'Connell. The other. is the other one.
He says
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
definitely low energy in the jury box, even from the note takers.
Yeah. This is one of those days where you just, even the glare is like, get me the fuck out of here. Listen, Turtle. He's a turtle. He's got a turtle going on in his underwear right now. We had Bob just setting up Hank. Oh, thank you. No problem, sir. Wait till I crush your guy again.
Jurors look like they're waiting at the airport gate.
You go back to slide 40, please.
That's Sue.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
In reaching your conclusion about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2.
Two different systems.
And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
All that for 29 seconds.
We now have number 43. Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. We're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn?
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
This is when John's dead.
What does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12, and that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now, again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question? So I
Sure.
understand.
So window is captured during a triggering event.
Sure. Yes. So
What's-
there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
Longer?
And in this
Or be
case,
longer?
do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12,
It was on its way back
do you
to
know how
34
fast
Fairview, dickhead.
the defendant's
Sorry,
was
One
traveling
Meadows.
at 12:32:12.
I do not recall.
Dickhead.
Mr. O'Keefe's
They
last
sweating. Look at him.
user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09. Where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window.
Wherever you want it
So
to.
again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32 and 04 and
Right,
12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have around this time any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user
Saying it over and
interaction
over doesn't make
and
it
the
so,
window
Hank.
captured on the reconciled
true.
data for the text stream happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
That's all I
No
have.
further questions?
Thank fucking God.
All right,
Thank fuck for that. Get the hallucinator back up here. The jury
What's
needs
that?
get the hallucinator back up here. The jury needs a freaking heart start again.
Watch how loud his voice is. I guarantee. Oh, so Jimmy, where are those drinks, please, buddy? I need more ice, please, Jimmy. Jimmy the Gimp. McDermott.
Show us the numbers. Show us your number, Jimmy.
Look at Alan Jackson's prepping for somebody on Cross or something. Look at Karen with the laptop open with all the notes going and shit, you know. Girls.
They're
she's
taking
engaged.
notes for Arca.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like a game within a game. Like even though they're not on redirect today, they're, you know what I mean? They're planning their next moves 2 days ahead of time, you know, because they don't know who's going to be called next, right? Am I saying that right? Like from one day to the other, or do they have a list of people that can be called in order?
No, I think they're allowed to organize. Like they have to organize their witnesses according to when they're free to come and testify. So that's the first thing.
Yeah, right.
And then which order depends on how they're planning to tell their story, I guess.
Right. But either way, these guys are prepared, meaning Karen's team, for anybody to show up at any time, any week.
Yes. They've got their cross-examination for every single witness on that list, on the Commonwealth's list.
Right. But with this curveball, we'll call it, on May 7th, it doesn't seem to me like they were unprepared at all. And if anything, Bob Alessi knew about everything, knew about
More
how
than
he could dissemble. Yeah. Right.
Right. They have every single witness's cross already planned out before the trial started. They just don't know what order they're going to get called in. They can have, I think they're getting in the morning, they're getting a list of which witnesses are on that day. So they know let's pull out these things that we prepared.
And the ones that are towards the latter part of the day could run into the next day, obviously. So, yeah,
Obviously.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think Jackson and Karen agree on something. I mean, here's Alan Jackson, one of the best attorneys in the country, and listening to Karen Reed shaking his head. They're looking at jurors. The guy, tiny dancer, tiny table guys, like, yep. What do you think you need? What do you got? He has a confident smile. right there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How do you? I mean, she just right.
Because I think on their case in chief this time, I think they got a better plan. Like, I really feel like last time they overestimated the amount of damage they done on Cross. I think they overestimated that. They put on the necessary case in chief and then shut it down. I think they realize now they got to go harder. And I think that from their motions and Lemonade and also, you know, what Hank's been arguing, it feels to me like they've got a better defense this time and they've got their I's dotted and their T's crossed and Hank's panicking.
Do you think they're going to call Proctor?
I think the defense probably
Yeah,
will. Karen's
that's
actually
what I meant.
already said the defense will. I don't
Okay.
think the prosecution's going to, no.
Yeah. Why do that? Hey, Lou, what's going on? Give me a look up, Lou. Come on, look at me, Lou, right here, right in my eyes. Come on. Thank you. Oh no. There we go.
She's like
Give me the hand
scratching,
signal.
going,
Give me the hand
"Yeah,
signal.
he's talking to me, man."
Look at the glare. Like my knee is fucking killing me. I just want to put it outward. I thought he had no further questions.
Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Moving to
Oh, they
evidence page
exploited these
41.
already.
I move into evidence page 40, and I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, allowed.
That was out. That's what that was about.
These were ruled out.
Now they're ruled in.
Obviously, Bev ruled in his favor.
Of whose? Spanky's?
I have no further
Spanky,
questions.
yeah.
Right. Once we get these marked, I'll be-
I don't think it matters with this chump. You can put whatever you want in. The jury's still checked out.
A, B, and C. Right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Alessi.
Yay! Wake the jury
Get
up.
loud.
Blake.
Yeah, get loud, buddy.
Get these people.
Jimmy,
bloody- get
Jimmy,
their
get a
blood.
couple drinks from the chair. Yeah, that's it.
May I,
Get the
Your Honor?
reeds and drinks. Let's
Thank
go.
Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment,
Do you want to
have
change
you
anything?
talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Here we go. Here we go. Thank you for that answer.
No, don't tell me he's done. He's not done. Oh my god.
No.
I was
Did
like,
I
get out of
understand
here.
that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir?
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Jabberwocky. As of yesterday, they took me off the case.
But back on. I just got a text.
Tell us, Alessi, what did he say about his qualifications? Spill the beans, man. We want all the tea, Alessi, all the tea.
Get ready to throw it into the ocean.
He's got testimony, I bet.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification.
Oh shit, he's got him.
Wah, wah, wah.
Wah, wah, wah. That's not, yeah. I can't believe someone who falsifies their degree and credentials to testify with a supposed degree of scientific uncertainty. Absolutely right, Brian LTL. Right?
Right.
And I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure, as long as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
Exactly, your judge.
What shade of red is he going to go?
Oh,
Is
he's
this
beat
purple?
red. He's
Are we
he could
purple
be-
stage yet?
he might be like plumish. He's not strawberry anymore. Oh my God, here we go.
Oh yeah, he's worried about that.
Exhibit
Yep.
EEE. Do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of
Look
a
at
federal
Bob Alessi.
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
Federal.
May I-
Oh,
I
Wow.
assure you-
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
Thank you. Your
Sorry, Shelby.
Honor. I did, but
Yeah.
I want to make
And
sure.
just let me know if we need to move.
We will, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I mark each of
Yes.
these for identification? There,
Yep.
let me just give one first.
he might be
I-
regretting this decision soon.
See that back?
Yeah.
I want to see if this is the
Yeah.
second page for that. It is, so it can be marked as one.
He's fucking so red right now. He's like
Right.
waiting for Jim to get over there. Holy
Petty
fuck.
paralegal. It's actually a federal felony perjury, right?
Yeah.
Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your
Look at Beth.
recollection that
Look at Beth.
has been filed as represented in EEE as a filing.
She wants to laugh right now.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the page,
Jim
second
Cocktail.
page of this exhibit, is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education,
Objection.
I would,
The objections stay.
you,
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
over.
Your Honor.
You want to bring it over, Mr. Leslie? Your hot ticket, you?
Oh, what? She just fucking
Brennan.
looked at it.
I know. Brennan's pissed. Oh, no wonder Karen wanted headphones. She's getting up fucking walking to the sidebar so much.
I know.
Oh,
Alessi said
shit.
beds, and she went,
Oh, I know. She's sitting there grinning, going, then she heard the word feds. Oh, you have a second, Mr. Alessi? Oh, fuck Jimmy. Drinks. Jimmy. Drinks. What the
if you're
fuck?
complaining about the commentary, this feed that we're watching is available to everybody. You don't need to be here if you don't want to listen to our commentary, but it is fair
Yes.
use. It's called fair use. You can't just steal someone's feed without the fair use attachments. That's not how YouTube works. Sorry if it's interrupting your viewing time, but that's not how YouTube works.
We're going to talk because you know what? We're in real time.
Yeah, oh, good. Oh, good. I'm allowed to talk now.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
Fuck yeah.
joking. Someone in the chat's just complaining. I can't
Oh,
hear anything. It's like, go
Oh,
watch it
Shelby.
somewhere else.
Shelby. It's Shelby. She's one of our mods. I love her. She
No,
pops
it's
on our
not.
walls.
It's
Oh,
not
somebody
Shelby.
else?
Yeah, no, it's way back. They were complaining about it earlier on, and I typed into chat. It's called fair use, buddy. Get used to it, or go watch the original stream.
Right.
You got
This is
to
my
add.
girlfriend. Yeah.
Sorry,
My girl, Lou.
you have to add the commentary, or else you're just stealing someone else's stream. That's how it works in the law, people.
And trust me, we've been talking quite a bit, so I don't think we're gonna get
Bye bye,
taken down.
Spanky returns. Go watch another channel. We're happy if you do that instead of sitting here complaining when you can just go watch the other channel where there's no
Yeah.
commentary.
Kick rocks, man. Kick rocks.
Bye. I wasn't talking to you, Shelby. I was talking to that dude who's obviously a Spanky fan. Spanky G returns.
I know the laws, Aussie.
Sorry, darling. I wasn't talking to you.
Does Exhibit FFF do federal? That's how they're fucking it. I love it. You guys are good. Oh.
Wow. Bevy's obviously having a major freaking hissy fit over the federal shit.
Oh,
Federal
yeah.
court. So accident reconstruction in a federal court. Wonder what that's. Wonder what that.
And if he falsified his CV and it was submitted into evidence, he'd be fucked. You typing? Is that me?
Yes,
Is there a
that's
bird?
me.
Okay.
Sorry,
All right.
I forgot to mute. I'm asking the chat GPT, what the hell is a accident reconstructionist doing in federal court? For what reason? I'll mute next time so you don't hear my keyboard, sorry.
No, it's okay. I thought it was a bird.
Liability or it's actually a civil suit
In a federal court? Okay.
or a criminal case involving federal charges like vehicular
Oh, yeah.
manslaughter on federal land, like national parks, commercial
yeah.
driver violations, interstate transport violations, insurance fraud. They would all be criminal.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And appeals or habeas.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to get a little close in
Sure.
proximity. Bear with me, please.
Guess we're about to find
What I'd
out.
like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
at Aperture.
Right.
Correct.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And
Otherwise, Dalbert.
specifically with regard to
Yeah.
Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, etc. Even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation?
She's gonna laugh. I'm telling you, she can't hold
Not
it together
this
anymore.
specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Right now,
Yes.
she's
So
scratching
you're
her belly.
aware a CV
Look at
had
her,
to be
Jura.
submitted,
How you doing?
but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being
She's
submitted?
not, is she listening to me right now?
Stamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude
Bobby
these
Swain, resting
documents,
good
including
face.
the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your
Look at that.
status
Oh,
as
this
an
is good.
expert witness
I can't wait for this.
consisted of exhibits FFF and EEE?
Gotcha.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Oh, she's like, oh yeah,
Yes.
keep talking, Mr.
Your
Alessi.
Honor, at this point, I move.
Stick that DDD and CC's
FFF.
pipe and smoke it, mate.
You need one more step, Mr.
And
Just a little bit longer.
do
One more step.
EEE and FFF
Oh
very
yeah.
inaccurately represent
FFF, you talk, boy.
the submission of
Sorry,
documents
Shelby.
in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, come on up.
Oh yeah. Bev's like, oh, I'm fucking. I need a wet back. I need a wet back over here, Jimmy. Jimmy, wet back. Oh yeah, the CCDDEF. Oh man, Lou, come on, give me some love. Look up, give me some love.
I don't know how they went from CCC DDD in his testimony to do with his spreadsheets, and now we're over here talking about EEE and FFF.
I think this.
What the hell?
Oh. But now you're gonna hit the top. Oh, hey Lou, what's going on? Yep, the Subaru's almost ready. And now I get it at the dealership. Is that
She gonna
Grant's
pull-
younger brother?
Is she going to pull the plug and go, oh, you're just going to have to bury him tomorrow?
Well, it's 10 to 3. I don't know. You know, another hour. Yeah, Lou. Hey, baby. I'm talking to you. Mrs. O'Keefe looks like she's sitting on the toilet right now reading the paper.
One of my followers wants to know if he's wrong for thinking this. The O'Keefe family is the reason this charade is going on. I do not feel sorry for them. I do not feel anything for them. The only reason they're participating in this sham is because they are suing Karen Reed. Literally nobody that's honest believes Karen Reed did this.
Yep. 100% right. Oh,
there you go.
100% right.
I agree.
Paul looks like he's he had one too many fucking beers at lunch, fireballs. Mrs. O'Keefe's trying to grunt one out right now. God help me. She's just come on, please. Oh, please. They look beat up and
in my opinion, I think the O'Keefes put themselves in this cover up. I don't know that they did it purposely. I believe Jen McCabe manipulated them, but they fixed the car, they did shit, and then tried and are happy to pin it on Karen. They don't care.
Yeah. But they don't realize that the Commonwealth has a bigger checkbook than Karen does.
Yep.
That's where they fucked up. Lally, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, if they were interested in the money, then they'd be suing the Commonwealth.
That's what I said. Oh, yeah, give me a little wag, give me a little nod in the hair. Let me know you're listening. Give me a look. Thank you.
Sure. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit E and Exhibit FFF for identification.
As one exhibit?
As one.
Oh, yeah. Give me that EFF again. Give me FFA. That's fuck around. And then he's going to happen FFFFF, and this one will be O.
Give me an FAFO.
That's what I'm waiting for. Oh, fuck.
May I hand it to the
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you, it is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention
And your last paycheck.
the fourth page. Which
That's his middle name, Sheldon.
And further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says
EEDDS beds.
Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General
That's
Science
listening to me.
in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma 2024. Did I read that correct?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Okay, this is awesome. This is worth the wait. I don't care.
Your Honor.
Did I read that correctly, Mr. Shannon?
Yes, and he looked up and looked away from him. Like, I'm so disgusted in you.
Your Honor, give it to the witnesses as needed.
How dare you?
With your
Come to
Honor's
my
permission,
courthouse.
I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Oh, I am
Actually,
so
maybe two,
fucked.
183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's
show the
expand it,
jury.
And then, Mr. Wolf,
How
do we
we are.
have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion.
Let's show the jury this crap.
And sir, if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section. Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I did.
And your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV, and in the line of education, it lists
I got to
under
get
BGS,
away.
Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated, and now what I'd like to do is is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there. There's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184.
Oh, God.
Now,
Yep.
in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to
Sweet
Exhibit
home, Alabama.
193.
I can't.
There is
If
no
you go to-
currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
Okay, so
And did you graduate
this document
2024?
was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document
Good
that
fucking
in
God.
any way leads the reader to believe
It's Montgomery,
anything other
capital of
than
Alabama.
the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way.
Yeah, please do. Can you dumb it down for me, kid?
You know how to write. Let's go back to 8183.
You know how to write.
I know how to write.
Well, a college degree from this college is like graduating high school. Yes, but I
You know how
I
to
was going
write
to go to college.
currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, sustained.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case.
Roll.
here's
And
the
it does
dagger.
not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So
Correct.
the reader, so it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
He's sweating.
So
Look at him.
isn't it the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustained.
All he had to write was undergraduate, and he'd have been honest.
It's right, Aussie. Expecting to get my undergraduate. I look at it's signed by the teacher
You
as a
state,
permission
sir,
slip.
that you have not filed.
But even
a
an
document
undergraduate
that
has
misstates
more credibility than what he's
educational
done here.
background, correct?
Yeah, that's
Correct.
true.
And,
I'll give you
and the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do
Everything
with
you
a
write.
Bachelor of Science, correct?
That's
Correct.
right. Oh, Sweet Home Alabama.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelor's of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that
Oh my
document
God.
that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
What?
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an
Guess what?
incorrect statement
my
about
God.
your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
The point being, he just told Hank he's never told his credentials like that before.
Right.
There is. The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Oh,
Oh
stop
my
playing the
God.
blame game. Jesus
Did
Christ.
you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
That's
The
fucking
document
such
says
bullshit.
2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was
The-
filed in 2023?
So presumption.
Well,
How can he actually be allowed to say this in court?
he asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023 and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't
Well, then just write undergraduate, you moron.
2024 as you expected, did
Fuck
you
me.
then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently
I
pursuing.
think this is all we'll get
Why
today.
didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So,
No, I'm going to allow it.
as most people can
Uh,
probably relate, work,
I'm a
family,
loser.
life, many times get in the way. So, as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Did you ever represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
Hank, it still means he's not qualified, you freaking moron.
Go for it.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
Yipe! 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 Yipe!
Yeah.
Get me up the stairs. Yipe! Yipe! Oh, man.
Hank just keeps getting up there and going, but you're not an expert. No, I'm not an expert. Okay. Established, you're not an expert.
I'd like to play a number of clips. If I could begin with clip 23.
Oh, here we go with the clips. Jesus Christ.
I think this is going to work out good because Arca
I
had
do
like
too.
3 PhDs and shit.
Gretchen Voss. Oh, my God.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn. And John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull into a driveway and back out onto the street.
See,
I now
it's not in dispute. I
address,
told you that.
And then from the north
Right.
onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
Thanks for showing the jury it's not in dispute, Hank, moron. What else is he going to prove isn't in dispute?
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
By whose clock, but your watch, your phone?
Yeah,
Finally,
Alexa,
24.
that's reaching, Aussie. Totally
your
reaching.
parents' ring cam? Like, what clock are we using?
Was that AM or PM? What are you talking about?
I do. I mean, I'll tell you. John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So he died. We think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on
25. Yes.
29th.
I said 24. I was a minute out. That was just working it out by logic.
I have these.
If you
Suspicion of evidence, right?
That's proof the defense thinks that all these timestamps are jimmied.
194.
F. Well, Lally's up. All right, close. Jump.
Hanley. Oh my God. She's frustrating. She doesn't answer anything straight. Well, she does when it's them asking.
All right, Hank, it's junk time. Let's go.
Pretty sure it's Lally. This is the whole 5-year introduction to all of her bachelors and shit because they're failing on everyone else's education.
That's right.
I think we're done for the day. That's all she's going to get through. What time is it
Yeah.
there?
It is 3:07.
Oh yeah, they might get past their
Good
education.
afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
If
Spell
you
your
want to
last
bounce,
name.
Aussie, it's okay.
Sure. I'm
No, I'm good.
Christina Hanley.
All right,
Hanley is Hanley.
And Miss Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to I had
Be
received my
careful.
Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the Drug Identification Unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the Trace Unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a Forensic Scientist 2 to a Forensic Scientist 3 in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms.
And
Hanley,
you
if it
give me
helps,
your
that
drink water.
microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that
Good job, Larry.
accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in my unit. I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in TRACE. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
It's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial.
Now, you mentioned earlier in the testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the TRACE unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing TRACE items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the TRACE unit within the lab?
So I am responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the TRACE disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you as a supervisor, you review other analysts' work within the TRACE unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of TRACE analysis that you do?
So depending on
Shannon.
what the subdiscipline, some of the casework that I'm authorized to do work in,
I bet you she's a freak.
it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework
I'm sure.
currently. So we
I'm
have
sure.
to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, How is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes, and then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the benchtop as well as the tools that I'm going to use are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIMS system keeps track of all of that. So we know.
God, do we need education in how this is all done?
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it'd be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use
Fucking microscope.
a
You're dead
Stereoscope
now, move on.
microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. It's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. A refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
An index
And
of
how are you
reflex-
viewing that, utilizing the
I have a
GRIM
fucking
device?
headache like you don't believe right now.
So a
It's-
sample is
This
pressed
is like
on
the
a
old
slide
days.
and
I know.
placed on a hot stage
Let
of
the fuck on,
microscope of
please.
the instrument.
Fuck.
And
Just tell us that
the
the glass on the bumper
oil
doesn't match the glass
the
on the
sample is in
front.
is
Over.
it goes through
Move
a
on.
cooling and a heating phase.
This is called direct. Let's
After going
go.
through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point.
Oh fuck.
So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
And what is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and it is an analytical tool that we use to analyze certain types of samples. Essentially, a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
Yawn.
Now, you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
So a polarized light microscope is it's a
What's a
microscope that
microscope?
just has a couple of filters in
What's
it
a microscope?
that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and
I
make
did this in about 25 minutes out of this, so let's keep
certain
going.
optical properties of samples.
And how are you
Oh, you want me to
utilizing
kill
that
some time?
instrument
I
in
got
your
it. Hold on.
analysis, in the lab?
So it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Yeah.
FKR. I bet she's
Do
an
you
animal.
document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
That's what I said. This girl's a freak.
Stanley, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab
No
case
doubt,
number
Aussie.
22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
Yes, Dave's
So
channel.
I was
Let's
given
doing the
items
board in the house, board in the
for,
house, board in the house, board.
physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And
Yep.
I was also given items for some items of plastic for comparison.
Now,
She's gonna get a freak on tonight.
starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes. So I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass
She
cup
heard me.
with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3,
Sorry,
which
Nikki.
was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the
You were
road.
given a lot today, lady. Listen to
And
that
now if
part
we
of this.
could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges, and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there?
Okay, you can do that. She's doing the meringue over there. Macarona.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Yes,
On
they
the
were
bumper,
recovered
Lally.
from the bumper of a vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
So
The
just
one at
posted.
Sally
Yeah.
bought, dude.
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So
It
it
was
was
metal.
MA3GC684.
And
Nikki,
did you measure
updating
each
his
of those
CV to
respective items?
astronaut.
Yes, I did.
I saw
As
that.
far as
I
before we
saw
get to
that.
the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
Yeah. No, the chair's still sweaty. Is what she sat down on a wet
sometimes,
chair.
we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how are they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest. And
Thank you.
The largest measured
looked at
approximately
me.
7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any
Unless he's
additional
pretty rich,
examination of?
Lally. I didn't expect that.
And what instruments
Wow.
did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was
You
one
see that
piece
picture?
I sampled
Small man.
piece E that I had labeled as piece E.
Oh my fucking God.
And I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the Grimm instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that
You're right.
consisted
The glare right now is
of-
going. How you doing?
Yep.
5 pieces of clear
What's up?
apparent
What's up?
plastic, and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with broken irregular
He's
edges.
doing push-ups.
Now, the
He's
9
doing
apparent
push-ups
pieces,
downstairs
well,
right
let me
now.
ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided,
He's
was
like
there any
10
description
years
as far
older
as where
than
those
me. He
items were
looks
recovered
like
from?
10 years younger.
Yes.
And
Those
can't believe I read
items
these.
were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of 1 piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item 7-14?
7-14 was just 1 piece of glass.
And did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit. So that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as your examination of that item 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the GRIM instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
Like
And
glass.
what is an
for example.
individual characteristic?
Glass,
An individual
plastic.
characteristic is when a material
Is
can
big
be
C material?
to a single source, such
Let's
as
say
a
sand.
physical match.
You know,
And so
sand,
what is the difference
polyfibers.
between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So
What's the difference
class
between a
characteristic
mimosa
is that it
and
can
a Bloody
be
Mary?
associated with a group of items that
What's the difference
that share
between glass and
characteristics,
sand?
versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It's can be related to a single source. Just in the case
How
of like
long-
a physical match.
How long you been married to Man
What
Shannon?
is a physical match?
So a physical match is if
Oh,
an
fuck me.
item
If they fit together, come on, it's
is
fucking
broken
simple.
Oh
and,
yeah, yeah, it's simple here.
those pieces are compared to each other, and their broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a
Like a
jigsaw
jigsaw
fit,
puzzle.
that would be considered
on.
a physical match.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2.
Wait, that's not what you said last trial.
That examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper. And there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison. And there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
I need to compare a testimony. Because I don't think she testified to the same number of pieces last year that matched the glass.
Oh, please tell me it's over. All right.
What time is it?
3:36. I think this might be it right here.
It's a sidebar, but it's likely that Bev's going to call it early. And then tomorrow's only a half day. Oh, no, tomorrow's a full day.
Tomorrow's a full day. Thursday's a half day. Erin's already booted. All right. Thank fucking God.
Tomorrow is Thursday here. That's why I got mixed up. I keep forgetting who was behind us.
What's the weather like down there?
It's just heading into winter, so we've got lovely warm days, cold nights, frosty up here on the mountain where I live. But I think it's just pretty much like it's in between weather for much of Australia. It's, you know, in between the 2 seasons.
Gotcha. What's up, Tony?
Nina says the glass didn't match last year. I feel like there was very few pieces that matched, but the rest of it was crap.
I want Alessi to ask her, the one that's in the reflection, is that a match?
What does it match?
The reflection, the one that she had, the second square, it's not a second square, it's just a reflection on the back.
Remember the back bumper? She took a picture, also took a picture, and it was a reflection. She says, I tested both of those pieces, and she had a false report. It was crazy.
So what happened is she put like a marker down to mark the piece of glass on the back bumper. And when she took a picture of it, it caught the reflection in the back deck lid of the marker. So she said, I collected 2 pieces and I tested 2 pieces based on the 2 markers. And Mr. Alessi says, well, one of them's a reflection. So how'd you manage that?
Yep. Yep. So it'll be interesting if she actually calls out those as 2 different pieces, since she's the one analyzing it. This girl here.
And just a question, she should be watching anybody's testimony. So,
you know what scares
Tom,
me?
What?
You know what scares me is we had some of the same people up on the stand last trial, and we got some new people, but the same evidence. I don't see anything that proves Karen's guilty in any way, but yet we had a hung jury. Like, that blows my mind.
I just think this jury's not going to waste any time. You're not going to see a 5-day deliberation with this jury. No.
1 day.
What?
A day. 1 day.
I know. Wait till we get to Acker. It's just going to put the whole thing away. How is he going to fight Acker? 2 doctors with what he put up there today. Man Shannon got his asshole torn apart today.
Well, he won't be doing that anytime soon.
No.
But again, the Commonwealth would have vetted these people, right?
You would think.
What do you call vetting?
True. and then you got to wonder, how did they get did they get and find these people? Right? What was the qualification?
That's right, buddy. Anybody that would say yes.
That's scary, dude. And
Yeah.
this guy was in charge of like insurance claims and stuff where people got hurt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I did do a recap on all the
Scary-
glass bits.
Good thought, man.
For those who are asking about the
hold on.
glass, I did do a recap on that.
The trial's over today.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen.
Thank Christ.
A recap on her testimony last year on the glass and what she matched and didn't match. And I'll post it.
All right, cool.
I'll post it in my comments for people who
Yeah.
want to go revisit it, so we can match
All right.
match what she says this trial.
How can we find you on YouTube?
On YouTube at Aussie Insider.
Yeah. At Aussie Insider? Okay. That's easy.
Yep.
I already have it, so I want to make sure everybody else, if they want to watch it, they can find it.
Well, I just gotta. I'll find the recap that I did because she was actually really confusing in the last trial because she said everything was a number. She was like, number 55.2 matched 55.3, number 55.6 did not match 55.2, 55.2 matched 55.11, but 11 didn't match. And it just went on, and I was like, holy crap, I can't even get my head around this shit. So I put her testimony back together and then wrote it on the screen what she was saying and then summarized it at the end.
All right, cool. That'd be good.
Aussie, I have everyone's testimony from last year. All you gotta do is Google the date that they testified, and you can get to go to all my videos. You'll get everything.
Right. Well, this was cutting down the testimony to the bits that counted, basically. But I will look at yours when I'm looking for the source material. Thank you.
All right, guys. I'm out.
Mikey, have a great day, my friend.
I'll see you in the morning. Awesome.
Thanks.
See you in the morning.
Thanks for letting me
Chat.
hang out.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thanks for coming. It was awesome. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
Great day.
Tomorrow's good for me, I think, at this stage.
All right.
Another win for Karen.
Chat. Thanks a lot. Yeah, Tommy, going to court tomorrow?
I think I'm gonna hang in tomorrow.
Good idea.
I was
Good
there
idea.
twice today.
Yeah, it's true. All right, chat. You fucking dirty rascals. I'll see you tomorrow.
Mikey, get some sleep.
Bye,
man.
Mikey.
Yeah, Aussie, you should probably try and get some sleep too. Take a nap at least. What time is it? 5, 6 over there? 6?
It's nearly 6, but no, I'm going to stay awake and do a vent stream for the viewers because I've cut them off like two days of court now with no vent stream. So I'm going to do that, and then I'll sleep after that, and I'll be awake for court tomorrow if I do it that way.
Awesomeness.
So,
All right,
awesomeness.
listen, as always, your insight is invaluable. And again, we proved the Commonwealth beyond it's just stretching this hardcore.
Hardcore. Thanks for having me, Tommy. I'll
my
sign
pleasure,
it
dear.
and let you do your thing. All right.
I got called back to court twice. It was just, I feel like a pinball.
Doing,
And I got
doing.
one arm too. It sucks. So,
All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll pop in tomorrow and say hello and see if you want to yak or whatever.
yeah, absolutely. At least try a nap.
I will.
Sweet. Man, yeah, those vent streams are freaking awesome, right? And they give us so much to talk about. I'm not believing some of the stuff that I'm seeing here. It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed to her channel, Aussie Insider, do this. There. Yeah, you gotta subscribe to her channel. It's absolutely awesome. That's okay. I got it. I figured. Not a biggie. You go do your rant and it's going to be epic. I'm sure there's a lot to talk about. So, tomorrow morning, everybody, 7:30. And again, I appreciate every single person that's here. I love you all. Thursday, I have court in Superior, in Boston at the federal courthouse. Thursday at 3:00. So, yeah. See you tomorrow, my dear. Yeah. So I'm glad that that YouTube lady, that Annie, I'm glad she's here. That's like the best thing that can happen to us, guys. So, let's try and give her some respect. She's a great person and she's got a great audience, and we definitely could use that type of support here. So, yeah, the mic here is messed. All right, everybody. Listen, you all have a wonderful night. It's been an 8-hour, 15-minute stream. Got 2,000 people here. You guys are the best. We'll see you all in the morning, 7:30 in the morning. Get your coffee ready. We can chit-chat for a while. So we will see you in the morning, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And Free Karen Reed, don't forget her defense fund. It's over $1 million, but we're not done yet. Got a long way to go. So get a second kicker, a couple dollars. And let me just go real quick. Let me go over the people here. Glen Lake, 5 memberships. Glen Lake, 1 membership. Glen Lake, 1 membership. Glen Lake, 1 membership. Cynthia, 5 memberships. Wow. Misnomer, membership. Joey, again, Joey Kane, 5 memberships. Joni Flagger, $1.99 super sticker. Thank you. Another one, stay safe, Tom. Thank you for that. Rhonda, $9.99. Thanks for all you do. Free Karen Reed. Holly's mom, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Miss Norma, member for 3 months. Can Bev be professional outside of Canton? Probably not. That's a learned skill. And Cynthia says, I can't see what she says. A stop from flopping is German bra. Oh, I get you. Yeah. Super sticker. Yeah. All right, everybody. Off amongst the internet, scour off to your little circles, wherever you guys end up being, wherever you end up going. Tell them Tom and Mike sent you. Send the love out that way. Support the people that are putting the time in out there. And we will definitely catch you all tomorrow morning. Thank you and have a wonderful night. Everyone stay healthy.
Cold mornings, cracked pavement, courthouse steps. He's there before sunrise while the world still rests. No cameras needed, no spotlight glare. Just a man with a purpose, always standing there. Facing the crowd, but the fight in his veins. Truth in his hands, pushing through the rain. Karen sees him, she knows what it means when you've got boots on the ground and you fight for your dreams. Boots on the ground, day after day, standing for truth in the hardest way. No fame, no glory, just a promise kept. Tom CPU, you never left. He don't ask for credit, don't ask for praise. Just fight in the good fight in 1,000 ways. When the cameras fade and the voices die, he's still right there, never asking why. He's got a handshake Tom's still walking, he's never alone. 1,000 steps, a million prayers, because justice don't sleep and neither does he care.